Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Korea-U.S. Policy Dialogue will start shortly, so please take your seats. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Korea-U.S. Policy Dialogue towards carbon neutrality. My name is Hee-sun Kim, and I'm head of International Cooperation Division at KDI School of Public Policy and Management. The Korea-U.S. Policy Dialogue is an annual event to exchange research findings and policy perspectives of the two countries. But due to COVID-19, we had to meet only online for the past couple of occasions. So today it's a real pleasure and honor to see you here. Great appreciation goes to our online viewers as well, who are watching us live on the KDI School's YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. The event is to be conducted in English, but simultaneous interpretation will be provided. For YouTube participants, choose a link depending on your language preference. For on-site participants, you can find the receiver on your table. Please set the channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Under the theme of carbon neutrality, the event consists of 4 sessions in total, 2 of which are scheduled today and the remaining 2 tomorrow morning. You may see the program in its entirety when you scan the QR code on the upper right side of your name tag. A total of 15 experts from Korea and the United States will be with us at this event. I truly appreciate their time and efforts put into this program, and I'm very excited to learn from their insights. Now, without further ado, let us begin today's program by first hearing from Dean of KDI School, Dr. Jong-il. He is one of the founding fathers of the school, and also he's the one who initiated this policy dialogue. He's already here. Well, I just wanted to say that he has led various efforts to make the school culture environmental friendly over the past few years. So please join me in welcoming Dean Jong-il.
Good afternoon. I don't like these formalities and lengthy introductions, and that's not going to make any contributions to carbon neutrality, in my view. On behalf of KDI School of Public Policy and Management, it's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2023 Korea-U.S. Policy Dialogue. Shall we just call it KoRea's Policy Dialogue, just like KoRea's FTA, you know, the nickname for Korea-U.S. Free trade agreement is KoRea's FTA. As you may have noticed, instead of bringing a printout of my prepared welcoming remark, I'm reading directly from my iPad. And your name tag is conspicuously missing the plastic cover that you usually find. We do whatever we can. Every little bit helps, right? And as Mr. Kim just mentioned, this is the first face-to-face meeting, not only the first face-to-face meeting, but the first meeting in Seoul of this KoRea's Policy Dialogue since its inception in 2019. The first meeting was held in DC just before the onset of the pandemic, and then Zoom meetings, and today. Very happy to be here. Another reason that makes me very happy is that this event is being graced by the presence of Ambassador Hyun Jenny Kim from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador Kim? Long time no see. Thanks a lot. Your involvement elevates the significance of this dialogue and underscores the critical role of international cooperation in addressing climate change issues. Let me also express my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished scholars from the US and Korea who have given their time and applied their expertise to this project. Thank you all so much for your commitment and contribution to this project. The Course Policy Dialogue is a platform for intellectual exchange on issues of mutual concern to Korea and the United States. Previous meetings have tackled issues ranging from global value chains and protectionism, political polarization, and economic inequality, all very important problems both countries are facing. This year, we turn our attention to one of the most urgent issues of the day, carbon neutrality, the importance of which almost no one, not absolutely no one, but almost no one denies these days, given the increasing frequency and severity of extreme weather events around the world. In fact, I submit it is not an exaggeration to say that the very survival of our species, at least the civilization as we know it, depends on it. However, the promise of the Paris Agreement, limiting global warming to below 2, preferably 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level, is fast going up in smoke. Although we have begun finally to make serious efforts to achieve carbon neutrality, both in Korea and the US, along with the rest of the global community, the transition has been too slow, as the path to carbon neutrality is fraught with difficult challenges. The climate crisis is a very complex problem that requires a multifaceted solution, not just an environmental issue. It's a complex interplay of economics, social justice, and even geopolitics. As we strive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we must also consider the social and economic implications such as affordability, job creation, social equity, etc. I'm glad the topics to be covered today and tomorrow span the whole spectrum of technical issues, social impact, and policy interventions. And I'm sure that presentations and discussions today and tomorrow will help us understand the complex challenges in achieving carbon neutrality and devise technically efficient yet politically feasible solutions. In particular, I hope that we can identify specific areas where Korea and the US can leverage their respective strengths and concrete ways in which the two countries can coordinate various aspects of their climate action. As we engage in these discussions, let us keep in mind that the path to carbon neutrality demands the best of our collective intelligence. In closing, I'd like to thank once again all the participants, both in person and online, for your interest and engagement in our efforts. Let me also express my gratitude to Professor Young-jae Kim, sitting right there, and our staff members who spared no efforts to prepare and make this event a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean Yu. Next, it is my honor to introduce a distinguished guest who will deliver a congratulatory remark. As Dean Yu just mentioned, we are privileged to have Ambassador Hyun-Jenny Kim with us, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Climate Change from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since July 2021, Ambassador Kim has been serving in his current role, where her work is closely aligned with the theme of today's event. Oh, my. Sorry, my laptop just got blanked. All right, continuing, she also represents Korea as a chief negotiator for the UNFCCC Paris Agreement. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ambassador Hyun-Jenny Kim.
Good afternoon, everybody. So Dr. Yu Chong-il, Dean of KDI School, and Dr. Marilyn Brown, Regent Professor at Georgia Institute of Technology, distinguished professors, scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Today, first of all, congratulations for organizing this very, very timely and meaningful dialogue. I'm very delighted to take part in this policy dialogue dedicated to tackling challenges and opportunities towards carbon neutrality, one of the most urgent and pressing priorities of our time. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to KDI School of Public Policy and Management for organizing this meaningful event to advance the goals for the transition to a net zero economy. The Republic of Korea and the United States have been steadfast allies in the efforts to combat climate change and effectively implement Paris Agreement. As members of G20 and Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate, both countries have collaborated in many sectors to advance collective actions for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Global Methane Pledge, Green Shipping Challenge, Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate. They are just some of the examples of coalitions and initiatives both countries are belonging to. So in addition to the cooperation at government level, joint efforts are more active at private sector level. Korean companies, we all know that Korean companies own batteries, electric vehicles, and renewable energies are aggressively increasing their investment and business in the United States. The Inflation Reduction Act of the United States has provided a clear message that clean industry and green infrastructure are priorities to bring prosperity in the United States. That's why global companies are rushing into the US in green industry sector. I cannot miss the significance of the Camp David principles agreed by President Yoon Suk-yeol, President Joe Biden, and Prime Minister Kishida of Japan in August this year. The three leaders, they are committed to cooperate to address climate change and will work together to provide leadership and solutions through relevant international institutions. Therefore, the timing of this dialogue could not be more crucial. Recent and alarming shifts in our climate patterns, exemplified by extreme weather events such as heat waves, heavy rainfalls, floodings, both in wildfires, both in Korea and the United States recent years, provide irrefutable evidence of the profound impact of climate change, underscoring the urgency of our shared responsibility. According to the World Meteorological Organization, the global average temperature for July 2023 was the highest on record and likely for at least 120,000 years. Storms, floods, heat waves, droughts, and wildfires have claimed many lives and devastated property in recent decades, with global warming making these events more frequent and intense. So we have all desperate news. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, of the United States, the cost of climate and weather disaster in the United States in 2022 totaled more than $165 billion US. The cost of climate risk will likely continue to rise in Korea as well. Therefore, the message from science and nature is very, very clear. we must act urgently to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The IPCC clearly recommends a collective greenhouse gas emission reduction of 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035 to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Achieving this ambitious goal requires countries to commit to reach peak emissions by 2025 and adopt a net zero strategy by the middle of this century. Korea has actively participated in this shared goal. We have enhanced its NDC in 2021 by increasing the 2030 national greenhouse reduction target to 40% from the previous goal of 26.3% reduction based on the 2018 emission level. In March 2022, Korea brought into the Carbon Neutrality Act, becoming the 14th country in the world who legalized its 2050 carbon neutrality vision. Furthermore, Korea designated 100 core technologies to achieve carbon neutrality, encompassing diverse areas such as carbon-free energy, power storage, zero energy buildings, environment-friendly vehicles, carbon-free vessels, green steel production methods, and many others. Based on this blueprint, the Korean government is set to invest around $69 billion in carbon neutral technologies and climate adaptation over the next 5 years. In April this year, Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth has laid out national action plan to achieve NDC target by 2030, which contains year by year, sector by sector emission reduction target numbers. Korea's emission in 2022, after the pandemic, is estimated at 654 million tons CO2 equivalent, which is 3.5% cut from the previous year, 2021, and the lowest from 2010. So emission from power sector in coal and LNG have significantly decreased. Steel and chemicals also have achieved a significant reduction. Those are very good signals. I believe that understanding local context is crucial to make meaningful changes happen in the national political perspective on climate actions. Low carbon transition can be accelerated when it is domestically mixed with economic benefits and job creation. Look at the case of IRA in the United States. Through the mix of economic benefits and jobs in places that have typically been resistant to climate action, broader changes are emerging. Policies to fit national needs can receive stronger support from the ground. Korea is a very heavy industry-oriented country. More than 30% of Korea's GDP come from manufacturing sector. Steel, chemicals, semiconductors, automobiles, shipbuilding are our major industries, which are very hard to abate. Also, Korea's natural landscape is not very favorable to deploy renewables. We don't have huge land like Saudi Arabia, and offshore wind takes time for construction. We have an ambitious plan to increase renewables. However, we also need to ensure energy security for more than 50 million people. That's why diversification of energy mix is crucial in this country. Therefore, to expedite our journey towards achieving carbon neutrality and energy transition, Korea will embrace a pragmatic approach, leveraging carbon-free energy sources, including renewables, nuclear, hydrogen, and even leveraging CCUS technology. In pursuit of this goal, we will foster global cooperation through collaborative research on carbon-free energy and encourage technological advancements and private sector investments in those areas. Reflecting this vision, President Yoon Suk-yeol recently announced at the UN General Assembly that Korea is working to launch a carbon-free alliance, CFA, an inclusive platform to propagate carbon-free energy solutions. Governments, private enterprises, international organizations can join this alliance to collectively enhance carbon-free energy research and technology development, build carbon-free related standards, and facilitate an easier access to carbon-free energy by developing countries. I would like to request your attention and support to this initiative. The United States also invests significantly to develop technology for advanced nuclear, CCUS, and hydrogen. Therefore, I'm certain that there is a huge potential for Korea and the US to collaborate in this framework of carbon-free alliance. Distinguished scholars, addressing climate change extends beyond the efforts of central government alone. It requires a collective endeavors that involves the active participation of private sector, civil society, academia, and local governments. We need to take so-called whole of the society approach. We need active role of non-state players, providing recommendations to the governments and implementing on the ground. Particularly, we need inputs from experts who can provide scientific evidence and data analysis basis. In this context, today's dialogue is very, very useful. So once again, I congratulate this meaningful event, and I hope that today's forum will offer a valuable opportunity for mutual learning and exploring solutions. COP28 in Dubai, which will start at the end of November, is just around the corner. And this COP will make a landmark climate change conference in climate action history because we are facing the first global stocktake after the adoption of Paris Agreement. Just 2 weeks ago, the UNFCCC published the synthesis report regarding views on the elements to be included in the first global stocktake. This report includes many options to accelerate just green transition. And it is the responsibility of all UNFCCC member countries to make an agreement on concrete, collective, and ambitious sections to keep the target of 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. And Korea and the United States, we will work together in these endeavors. And I'm pretty sure that today's dialogue is one of the expression of those joint efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim, for taking the time to be with us and also enriching our understanding of the current tasks and efforts being made. Now, let us begin the first session on energy generation and charging efficiency innovations. I'm delighted to introduce our first presenter, Dr. Marilyn Brown, Regent Professor in the School of Public Policy at Georgia Institute of Technology. Renowned for her groundbreaking work in climate and energy policy, she has served on prestigious boards, including the U.S. Department of Energy's Electricity Advisory Committee. Today, she'll talk about the compensating for electricity generated by distributed energy resources, alternative policies, and their impacts across the U.S. Please welcome Dr. Marilyn Brown with a big round of applause.
And can I have how do you proceed there? Okay, great. Is there a pointer?
Yes. It's a laser
Pointer?
and
Okay.
next.
Okay, whoops. Little bitty laser, okay. All right. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this dialogue. I'm so pleased to be here and to see so many bright and enthusiastic participants wanting to together figure out how we'll manage this challenge of reaching carbon neutrality. I'm going to start by being fairly broad about the challenges we face and some of the solutions that we have in the United States and in our research found to be particularly promising. And I'm going to do then a little bit of introduction to some research that we're engaging in. And I'm going to be relying on my collaboration with a PhD student, Min Kyung Cha, who's here. Min, would you please raise your hand so we can all see you? There you are. Okay, good. All right. So let's see. I wanted to give a nod out to Professor Youngjae Kim here, who was a participant in the PhD program at Georgia Institute of Technology and participated in our Climate and Energy Policy Lab about 10 years ago in Atlanta. And this is where we are today. We have new faces, we've built up quite a great capacity. Our number of students is double what it used to be when you were with us at Georgia Tech. So you helped us get off the ground floor and we're really flourishing, and thank you so much for inviting us. There are actually 3 members of the Georgia Tech Climate and Energy Policy Lab here. We'll be hearing from Tony Harding in a minute, and also student Min Kyung Cha will be a discussant. So I know that we are engaging across the Atlantic between Korea and the United States in very meaningful ways, and you heard from Ambassador Jenny Kim some of the magnitudes of interaction that we've been having, but you might not have heard about how Korea is interacting in particular with the state of Georgia, which is in the southeastern United States. So I'm going to highlight some of that and try to weave in those interactions with my understanding of why these technologies are so important. Now, in Georgia, which is in the southeast section of the U.S., very hot and rural state with a very large mega city called Atlanta, we have been studying what solutions are most appropriate and have the highest potential to drive down carbon emissions in the short run and locally. So what we've done is to, over the past 5 years, look at more than 100 options and try to, from that international long list of possible carbon reduction solutions, find the top 20 for the state of Georgia. And in fact, we've created a game that is used in our classroom. It's a card game, and there's a little link to it there in case you want to see how it works. It's a lot of fun. We together debate in teams around tables like we have here today, what each team thinks is the best combination of solutions for Georgia, and we go through a calculation process, and we have a winning team. So in order to be a winning team in the state of Georgia, you have to have picked electric vehicles, heat pumps, and solar photovoltaics, because they are extremely important solutions in our economy. And it just so happens that these are also important manufacturing sectors where the country of Korea is helping the state of Georgia become a leader in their manufacturing and dissemination. So I'm going to start with electric vehicles. Just a couple minutes here on each of these technologies. In the United States, the state of Georgia has become the new Detroit of electric vehicles. And part of our success has been because Kia has chosen to have its U.S. headquarters located in West Point, Georgia. It didn't manufacture electric vehicles 10 years ago when it first moved to Georgia, but now it is. In fact, it's producing the Kia EV9 sport utility vehicle, which I am very excited to hopefully put an order in to buy one very soon. The Kia parent company, Hyundai, having had an excellent partnership with the state of Georgia with Kia, is now committing to a $5.5 billion manufacturing plant in Savannah, Georgia, where it's going to dedicate manufacturing of electric vehicles. Very big commitment. And of course, in order to have electric vehicles, you've got to have dependable batteries, and SK Battery America is now manufacturing lithium-ion batteries and recycling battery scrap materials in the town of Commerce, Georgia. And the story goes on, but I just really wanted to tell it because it's so exciting, and I haven't seen it kind of put together so comprehensively by others in the context of how much this can achieve. So in terms of heat pumps, becoming all electric in how we heat and cool and how we cook. Fujitsu, a major manufacturing of mini split heat pumps, where there's an indoor and an outdoor unit, is partnering with Rheem, which is an Atlanta-based HVAC company, which is making the indoor units for the mini split heat pump in Georgia. And Georgia is also partnering with Mitsubishi, which is another major heat pump manufacturer, Korean, with a new $30 million U.S. headquarters for its HVAC products to be located underway in Atlanta. It's going to be home to its administration, engineering, and training, and warehousing. And third, looking at solar photovoltaic panels, Georgia is now has the largest solar panel manufacturing plant in the Western Hemisphere. SK Innovation is located in Dalton, Georgia, which became famous for manufacturing 25 years ago as the hub of the carpet industry. It is now becoming the hub of solar panel assembly. And to facilitate that, of course, you also need batteries. And so SK Battery America is building a regional hub in Atlanta to manage all of its U.S. facilities. How is that? Let's give this a round of applause. Who would have thought 10 or 15 years ago that there would be such an important partnership? So looking to the long-term future, out to, say, 2035 or 50, we know that renewables has got to play a critical role. And in the U.S. forecasts of where we're going, where we might be by 2035, we anticipate an extremely rapid uptake of renewables. Starting today, we have significant amount of wind, but we don't have very much solar in the total terawatt hours of production. As we move over to the 2035 timeframe, you can see this enormous growth in the orange bar, which is our anticipated solar power generation in 2035. And you'll see that most of it does go to the residential sector, some to industry, and some, of course, to transportation. You can barely see any renewables now. Transportation is not even listed on the left side of the chart. But on the right side, it's eventually going to, by 2035, be perhaps half charged through electric vehicles. So the topic of my research energy policy talk is rooftop solar. How can we foster more of it? Residential photovoltaic penetration, that is rooftop solar, has been increasing rapidly, starting at a pretty low level, but multiplying exponentially. However, the growth is very uneven, and you can see how California, Texas, some growth in the New England area where we don't even really have very much sun, or not as much as in the South here. Let's see. I don't think it doesn't help for me to point there, does it? Yeah, the histogram on the right side there shows Hawaii with a penetration of almost 20% of its electricity, 20% of its residential homes having rooftop solar, down to many of the states in the southeast, including Georgia, which is in the box here, which has only 0.2% of its homes with rooftop solar. So we have a challenge. We have SK Innovation manufacturing all of these panels, but not very many of them are being put onto homes in the state of Georgia. So we need to change that. And one way to change that is to change the policies that reward the production of rooftop solar electricity by paying a very good price for the repurchase of that electricity. So the policy we'll be talking about is net energy metering. And that is the buyback rate and the buyback arrangement that the utility makes with the owners who have put rooftop solar on their roofs. 35 of the 50 U.S. states mandate some form of reimbursement, but that reimbursement can be very low. We call that the avoided cost. The avoided cost of electricity in a particular location is the lowest cost that the utility can buy electricity on the market. And that is approximately 1/10 the cost of the retail rate of electricity. So where you have the avoided cost used, it's not much of an incentive for a building owner to put solar on the rooftop. Now, you can see from the drawings here on the left, you're mostly going to be providing electricity during the day from solar panels when there's sun, right? And during the evening, the meter will go forward again, and you'll be having to purchase electricity from the utility. So one of the challenges we have here is to figure out what kind of rate to pay for electricity generated at the peak hours of the day when electricity is most expensive, right? Electricity from the perspective of the generator is most expensive to produce during the peak hours of the day because you're having to dispatch the most expensive of your generation facilities to meet that marginal demand at the peak hour. What we found is that over time, the duck curve, which is who has heard of the duck curve? Oh, okay, a number of you all, good. So as penetration of renewables expands, particularly solar, you're meeting most of the needs of the population during those sunny hours of the afternoon because you have the most solar being generated, whether it's on the ground in solar arrays or on the rooftop. And so the next increment of solar from becomes less valuable because you're now producing power when it's not needed, okay? So there's a whole duck curve drawing that shows how that takes place. That has promoted a pushback, a resentment, a lack of support for solar in states that have adopted a lot of renewables, Hawaii being one of the examples. So they've put up some net metering barriers. Rather than buying electricity at retail rate, they'll only buy it at a very low rate. So I've tried to explain on the right here what this problem is, that is purchasing electricity when it's being generated at the peak sunny hour when you already have your needs met from existing electric generation. So the buyback compensation paid to solar owners comes from utility revenues. Everyone pays for the buyback of solar resources, whether you have it or don't. You're paying for it because it's rate-based. Utility companies must increase their electricity rates to recoup these costs to pay for the buying back of electricity where it's being generated. Solar rooftop systems are mostly located on higher income, affluent homes. So now we have a problem of the possible cost shift. Everyone's rates are going up, but only the wealthy are getting the benefit of those buyback revenues from the utility. So maybe low-income households are worse off with a lot of rooftop solar electricity. There's a question mark there because it depends on many factors. For instance, it depends on how much you value system reliability. If you have distributed resources, you have a more dependable source to meet needs than if you're entirely linked to a high voltage grid system, which can come down with increasingly volatile climate conditions, more tornadoes, more hurricanes. You're at the mercy of this large system, but localized resources can be your fallback, particularly if you've got battery. And then there's also the air quality, health, and climate change benefits of having rooftop renewables. So here I compare Hawaii, which was one of the first movers, and Georgia, which has barely moved yet. And here you can see the difference between having an attractive NIM buyback rate, net energy metering buyback, versus not having one in Georgia. This is a result of some research we did asking households why they don't have rooftop solar in Georgia. And most of them say because it costs too much, and I'm uncertain about the pros and cons. Those who do adopt rooftop solar in Georgia say it's because I want it's my commitment to the environment. I know that it's the right thing to do. We've been looking at where solar systems are located. We see that they are located in Atlanta. You see the cluster of counties there on the left side has most of the color on the chart. And if you look on the right side at the average income per county, you can see that rural areas tend to be quite poor. They don't have rooftop solar, and within cities, the city of Atlanta and every city, the counties with the lowest levels of household income have the least rooftop solar. So we definitely see the equity challenge that's faced. We have a research question and data we're collecting to ask how important is net energy metering, a good buyback rate, to the future of solar in the United States. we're looking at the dependent variable, which is how much solar capacity is there each year, 2013 to 2021, in every state of the U.S. So we have an increment, how much more is added each year in each state. And our key independent variable is the degree of supportiveness of the net energy metering policy. So how high a rate is it, and under what conditions is it provided? And then to control all of that, the relationship between policy and outcome, we have to control for residential rates and other environmental policies, politics. We can explain a lot with politics, and also with per capita income. So we know that the stronger the net energy metering policy, which is shown on the left, the more the solar penetration. We've created a supportiveness index, which is a scale from 0 to 6. It's kind of complicated, but there are many different ways of designing these policies, so we're taking that into account. And we're controlling for retail prices and many other variables as well. This chart just shows what I was describing as this duck curve and rebound effect. Hawaii had a NIM supportiveness value of about 5. You see Hawaii there at about 5 back in 2011. By 2021, Hawaii has moved all the way over to the left, and its supportiveness policy has a rating of 2. Likewise, Nevada started off pretty high and has moved a notch to the left and is not as supportive. So we're seeing a movement, a resistance to paying a fair share for rooftop solar. And it's unfortunately impacting states where they're nowhere near having the duck curve. That is, in the state of Georgia, for instance, with only 0.2% of our electricity coming from solar, the peak hour has not shifted. We still consume most of our electricity between 2 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon, prime time for solar. So we're going to be taking all of that into account. Our hypothesis is that the more the net energy metering support, the more residential photovoltaics will be installed. And so stay tuned. We've got some preliminary results supportive of our hypothesis that the policy is very important. And it's important in particular when you control for these other characteristics. So the last slide I have here is all about the policy recommendations that I believe our work is supporting. First, that the net energy metering policy is still peak focused in most places. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwash. That's a U.S. saying. That it's still a good thing in most states. Let's tackle the equity issue in other ways. Let's be more directed and focused. So, for instance, we need to better prepare homes of low-income, marginalized citizens whose roofs can't support a solar system yet. So we do have policies and programs that can do that. We need to provide financing, right? We need to prepare homes for solar, and we need to help with the financing through, for instance, allowing them to purchase their solar system through payments on their energy bill. So the utility becomes the financier of these systems. And then we need to increase the return on investment for solar for low-income households in particular, for instance, by providing a better buyback rate for disadvantaged households with solar. So lots of things we can do, but the basic recommendation is not to tamper with what you pay for that solar electricity. We should pay its fair share. So I wanted to thank you very much for listening to my introduction and my little summary of research. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. How did I do? Do I have any? Okay, questions afterwards. Great.
Thank you, Dr. Brown, for your presentation on challenges of rooftop solar and insightful policy recommendation. Our next speaker is Dr. Young-jae Kim, Associate Professor at KDI School and the project manager of this collaborative research efforts. He specializes in economic impacts of environmental and energy policies, focusing on innovation and technology transfer. Today, he will speak about staggering adoption of price increases for electric vehicle charging infrastructure usage. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Young-jae Kim.
Hello? Yeah. I can see the familiar faces out there, the students of my class. Please raise your hands. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you for coming. I'm Young-jae Kim, an associate professor at KDI School, and this is a collaborative research with David Wu, one of the master's students in our program, and he contributed significantly a lot on the collection of this big data in Korean peninsula. And today, I just want to, before get started, I just want to motivate my research. So like about a year ago at this point, like sometime in November, right? And David and I sat down in my office and talked about, okay, what can I do with this research? And he's the tech savvy. He drives electric vehicle. He knows much better than I do. And like we talked about, okay, what's the barriers to adoption of the electric vehicle in Korean community? And we talked a lot of stuff. Like, okay, price obviously matters. Like, you know, the price matters in this context, like solar, rooftop PV in the United States context. Okay, it's still so expensive, so subsidies to bringing down the cost of the electric vehicles matters. And what else? And we talked about it. And the most important thing, apart from the price cost of electric vehicle, is the charging infra, right? Charging infrastructures, right? The inconvenience arises from to find the proper place to charging the electric vehicle will be another obstacle to widespread out of or more uptake of the electric vehicles in both United States and in Korea. So okay. So let's try to find the data, and we talked about it. But okay, but there's none of the places, none of the scholars in Korea community have collected and cleaned and mined the data in terms of the electric charging vehicle infrastructures. So we tried to make a phone call to many different places, Ministry of Environment and so on and so on, but no one ever said a positive response. Like we're so frustrated about that, and that's the starting point of our research. So I think you all know about the electric vehicles. I'm looking forward to an introduction of the new electric vehicles by a luxury brand, but hopefully soon. I will be the owner of the electric vehicles. And this is a number of the electric vehicle sales in new vehicles in Korea. As you can see, as time goes on, it's skyrocketed, right? And this is, I think you're familiar with this photograph. This is photograph we took, and the dean of the school installed the electric charging stations, 4 charging points on our campus, and 1 charging point in a dormitory, right? So there are a lot of stuff I can talk about the electric charging time. It takes about some time, for fast chargers, it takes about almost about less than an hour. For slow charges, it takes about 10 hours fully charged from empty to about 100%. And also temperature matters. In cold weather, it takes much more slow to get fully charged your electric vehicles. And also there are a wide variety of different types of the electric vehicle charging points. And the stations, the charging points in our campus is 200 kilowatt, which means that it's the fast chargers. So as you can see, this is the Sejong city, where the KDI school locates. And this is the point, small dots, points out the locations of the electric vehicle charging stations. And it scatters all different places. And inside the E-Mart, there are one. And Sejong Nambu police station, there are one. But no one would go there to charging your electric vehicles. I wouldn't do that anyway. And also and sometimes the problem, the tricky part is that many places are closed to the public. In some apartment complex, right? You need to get inside the apartment complex of charging the electric vehicles, right? Sejong tax office, outside working hours, you can charge, but I mean, so, okay. The more severe fundamental problem of the electric vehicle charging point is when you plan a long distance trips, right? In the like public holidays, Seollal or Chuseok. I think you've enjoyed the Chuseok a lot. But when you make a long distance trip in your hometown, right? So like you have to think about where we charge the my electric vehicle, right? So this is the photograph of the figure of the electric vehicle charging point in main highway in South Korea. As you can see, I know, sorry, my apologies, and it's written in Korea, but there are 2 to 3 chargers in each location, which is frustrating, right? I mean, if you go to the the highway, the Hugyeso, like, right? So you run into the congestion issues of these electric vehicle charging points. A lot of truck drivers queue in the line and try to charge their electric vehicles, right? So before directly jump into our research question, I just want to explain 3 main reasons why we do care about the electric vehicle charging infrastructures. First, small but rising EV adoption rate. I mean, we would try to facilitate a widespread uptake of the electric vehicles. We do need sometimes more number of electric vehicle charging infrastructures, or we need to have a quantitative analysis on the utilization ratio of electric vehicle charging points, right? So there are about 300,000 registered electric vehicles in South Korea in total, and a million number of registered vehicles nationwide. But scatters, but many yet few the electric vehicle charging points. And there are traditionally gas stations. We do have 11,000 number of gas stations in Korea. And this is interesting. Like economists and policymakers did a lot of research on the gas stations in early 2000s or back in the 1990s and so on. So they do analyze the perfect optimized location of the gas stations. Likewise, there are engineering body of literature that analyzes the optimal location of the electric vehicle charging points. But no one ever quantified or take into consideration of the electric vehicle charging utilization ratio in the analysis. So in our research, we do make a claim that electric EV charging utilization is crucial as EV adoption grows. So as far as the government goes, the number of increasing the number of electric vehicle charging infra is not enough. We do seriously consider the electric congestion issues and the utilization ratios. So there are body of literature, engineering body of literature, finds optimal locations considering a traffic volumes or populations, density, and so on and so on and so on. So there are body of literatures in looking into what's the barriers to adoption of the electric vehicles. And there is one literature recently emerged, is the still working paper that talks about the impact of the electric vehicle charging subsidy removals on electric vehicle charging behaviors. So one at the bottom, she found a driving charging decreased 55% when the price subsidy ended. So in our research, we asked about what's the impact of the price increase on the utilization of electric vehicle chargers in Korea using difference in difference approach. I think some of you, the students are quite familiar with the difference in difference approach because in our school, that's one of the kind of frequently used econometric methods that students apply in their thesis or PhD dissertation. So what happened? We collected data from January 1st to ongoing. So we cut off from January 7th to February 28th, and there were 3 price change happens in 3 different companies. PowerCube increased the price from 198 Korean won to 218 won, and G Charger increased the price from 196 to 217, and the Kavit also increased slightly. So data. So key variable of our interest is the utilization rate, which is calculated by the simple average of the session time divided by the maximum session hours. So our the data spans from January 7th to February 28th, as I said earlier. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first of its kind data that no one ever collected in Korea. So in the data, I just want to give slight overview of the data structures and the business names, the firm names of the charging points, and locations, addresses, longitude, and latitude information is provided. And types of the connections and charging speed is obviously written and recorded. And session start and end time, which we measure the usage of the electric vehicle charging points, and types of the buildings, and so on. So this is a brief summary statistics of the data, and most of them are residential areas located. And this is all charges on March 31st in Sejong and Daejeon and 17 provinces in Korea. And as I just want to point out usage rate in 24 hours ranges between 4 to 6%. If it reaches up to above 13%, which means it's congested. So in certain highways, it reaches up to around 15%, which create huge congestion issues in charging infra. So this is the installed EV chargers by major regions, all charged in 2023 between January 7th and February 28th. As you can see, the Sudeokwan, the Incheon, Seoul, Gyeonggi provinces have a higher share of electric vehicle sales. And this is the total registered electric vehicle. That's the EV chargers. Okay, I take it back. And this is the total registered electric vehicles as well. And it's severely located and concentrated in the main area in South Korea. And this is ratio of electric vehicle chargers per electric vehicles. And as far as we're concerned, we do also care about the equity issues in terms of the distribution of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, but that's not the main point of our research. So in the methodology section, we apply diff and diff, which means that treated groups are stations, the electric vehicle charging points affected by the price increase, right? And we use the control groups as the stations unaffected by the price change. And there are a couple of two major assumptions. I don't want to go more in depth about this technical stuff, but as you recall, there were three interventions, right? So this is the emerging body of literature in econometrics, the economics discipline, about a staggered adoption of the introduction of the policy intervention. So traditional diff and diff estimator can lead to biased estimate of true treatment effect. So we apply staggered diff and diff approach introduced by mainly Callaway and Santana's estimators. And we use a Borax-X imputation estimator as our robustness check. So this is the equations that we apply in our context, but I'm not going to go more in depth about it. I don't want to bore you about it. So this is the main result, and based upon without considering the staggered adoptions and the apply traditional two-way fixed effect estimations. And still it spit out the negative and significant result, but it varies if we control various groups, particularly in this case, but we did a lot of exercises, but this is one of the main results. And include the cars per day, the registered number of cars per day. So this is the Callaway Santana's diff and diff estimation result in Seoul, Gyeonggi, and Incheon area, because we only majorly focus on the highly populated areas in Korea. And as you can see, the red areas in the red bars, which indicate statistically negatively a significant effect after the price increase. This is the average treatment effect on the treated stations, and indicate the minus 0.46 a percentage point, and which translated into the about 36% a reduction of the utilization rate, which measured in ranges from 4% to 7% in earlier a table. So as the price change only occurred in slow chargers, we differentiate between two charges. We only observed negative and significant and consistent result in slow chargers. But we couldn't find any particular statistical evidence on fast chargers because the price change only happened in slow chargers, right? So this is a robustness check. We apply different methods, and we found a consistent and negative estimators. Conclusions. We found this is a preliminary result, and we are working on many different ways of applying and utilizing this big data. And we found the staggered price increase decreased the station charging on average by 37%. So which means that if the price increased, when price increased, people decreased the use of the electric vehicles. So understanding how drivers respond to changes in price has implications. I think this is important for potential station capacity constraint and the efficiency of future charging price changes. And also, the effect of price increase in charging behavior has important policy implications for how future subsidy programs, like the reduction of some coupons might matter, reduction of the charging price, are implemented, and where the future charging infra are located, particularly in the highways. So this is the ongoing part of our work in order to investigate further about the mechanism, what happened in the reduction of the charging behaviors of the consumers. We are currently trying to tease out the mechanisms, what happened in this data. So we hypothesize that the expectations of the station substitution, because they substitute, they find the alternative, the much cheaper the charging point to fully charge their electric vehicles. So this is the mechanism we are currently working on. And another type of research that we are planning to do is using this is recalling about Dr. Marilyn Brown's the net metering policies in the United States and the duck curve. And this is the session, number of sessions, and between, by the types of the electric charging infra, and slow and fast chargers. If you take a look at the all cases, most of the charging behaviors concentrated in the after like 5 p.m. So which means that people when get back to their home, they charge their electric vehicles. So this is another potential policy intervention that we might think using a field experiment that shifting the load of electricity consumption by electric vehicles. So this is also we restricted our samples as balanced samples because in our sample is purely unbalanced, which means that stations introduced at some point in the March 1st or March 7th, and sometimes station malfunctions, and sometimes the firms get out of the business, and a lot of things can happen within our study time period. So we restricted our sample only the balanced sample, but we only find a modest, small size of effect. Okay, that's it for my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Next up, we'll have a discussion and Q&A session. I'd like to introduce the designated discussant, Dr. Ji-Young, Associate Professor at KAIST School of Business and Technology Management. Expert in energy and environmental economics, he has contributed to IPCCC and is heading the Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability at KAIST. Please join me in welcoming Dr.
Okay, thank you so much. It's my great honor to be able to lead the designated discussion at this session, this important conference, U.S.-Korea Policy Dialogue. Yeah, so the two sessions, the two presentations by Professor Brown and Professor Kim was very, very exciting and very the insightful the piece of work. I actually really enjoyed the work. Let me begin my discussion on the session number 1 on energy generation and charging efficiency innovations. But before I begin, let me briefly introduce where I am now. Joining efforts by KDI School and also the Georgia Tech's Green Energy Lab, KAIST meaning the Korea-U.S. Institute of Science and Technology, also recently established a new graduate school called Graduate School of Green Growth and Sustainability, GGGS, trying to combining science and technology with policy and finance to achieve carbon neutrality. We have 4 different areas of main focus research area. One is carbon neutrality technology and policy assessment. The other one is carbon neutrality technology system, green energy technology system, and resource circulation technology system. Trying to address the challenges faced by humanities using technology and policy and finance solutions. We just have started this year, so now participated by 50 professors from 15 different departments across the campus in those 4 main focus areas. So this is where we are now. We will try to get something out, hopefully very, very soon. Okay. Okay, so session number 1 regarding energy generation. The first, actually, we had a 2 interesting presentation. One on integrating distributed renewable energy, and on this matter topic, the main the interesting topic is what is the overall impacts of net energy metering and how do the design elements of policy affect it, and when is it most effective? Okay, regarding that matter, we have lessons from the U.S. Presented by Professor Brown, compensating for electricity generated by distributed energy resources. And also regarding another matter on EV charging, which I think is very, very important piece of carbon neutrality as well, especially when it comes to the decarbonization of the transportation sector. So innovating EV charging as a demand response resource. This is the way I interpret this topic. And the topical importance is how much are EV users willing to modify their charging consumption in response to price changes, and can it serve as a reliable and scalable demand resource solutions? And here we have lessons from Korea, a staggering adoption of price increases for electric vehicle charging infrastructure usage by Professor Kim. I'm actually very, very embarrassed and also humbled be in a position to comment on, discuss on the works conducted by two prestigious, distinguished researchers. So, but I'm a designated discussant, so I'll play my role. Okay. Okay. So first research. I think we will have some time after my discussion presentation. We'll have some time to get answers from speakers. But let me just list up things that I thought would be important to discuss later on. So net energy metering, we all know about this, and she mentioned, Professor Brown mentioned about NEM design can vary in billing, netting intervals and fees, and equity is of course very crucial issue to consider in NEM. Everybody knows about utility debt spiral, which is high-income customers installing residential PV, which places burdens on utilities, and thereby low-income customers, they will need to pay a higher rate, and then that is going on and on and on. This is debt spiral. And also it can, NEM can be a crucial issue in terms of equity because it can shift in load curve, which can place burden on system operators and can be a risk for and burden on customers at the same time. For the research, in order to estimate the impact of NEM supportiveness on the solar power capacity installations, what they did is they set a dependent variable as RPV installation in terms of capacity, and also they used independent variable as indexes for NEM policies, which they call NEM supportiveness. Control variables, there are so many control variables they used, and then I thought this is very interesting and very unique setting for academic inquiry. And then their results can be summarized as follows. The higher the NEM support, the higher the RPV installations. Economically significant, but not statistically, but updated version of the presentation seems that the effect is statistically significant as well, which I'm very glad about. And also they identified the presence of utility scale solar significantly explains RPV installations as well. So here comes my comment, which maybe Professor the Brown or other researchers can answer in the discussion session later on. The first comment is, what does this work contribute to the literature on a bulk of literature on PV deployment? Okay. And the second comment is about the model specification. I'd like to know how distributed is NEM adoption across the states and over time. And then this can be important because model specification, the appropriateness of model specification can depend upon the status of NEM adoption across the states and over time. And also there can be, although even though they use a number of different control variables, but still there can be omitted variable bias, and an endogeneity issue can come in. So this can be a problem, especially when we'd like to estimate the effect of the government policy on PV adoption. And also the related to that question, the comment is that is a panel regression appropriate or not? Perhaps because there can be so many different omitted variable bias can coming in, so probably you may need to consider a synthetic control method. So basically the matching Georgia or some other states which has recently introduced NEM policies, matching that state with a combination of other states with similar attributes over time. The third comment is there can be many factors driving RPV installations. NEM attributes in terms of building, netting intervals, and fees, and also existing rate and structures, resource availability, if it can vary in time, and also state-specific time trend more broadly can be also controlled. So there will be some reason why they use NEM supportiveness as an independent variable, but these design elements and also the specific state circumstances can also be useful to understand how they influence the effect of the relationship. Also, there can be some learning by doing effect in terms of cumulative installation of solar PV that can also be important, especially when we are talking about the local expertise and also the human the training of the installation workers. Okay, and then next, the presentation is the presentation given by Professor Kim, which also I think is very much interesting work. So they laid out a background of their research, which I really enjoyed it. So as Professor Kim said, there is very little literature on charging behavior of EV users. They employed natural experimental setting, which is the price increase shock by 3 charging service providers at different times and different amounts, which I think is perfect setting for natural experiment. The research question they had is, can price-based policies promote efficient utilization of EV chargers? This question, I think, has very important policy implications of its own, because it can provide guidance to the development of EV-based demand response services going forward. Because what I hear from the field experts is that residential demand response or industrial demand response can provide only very limited amount of demand-side resources, whereas EV can have very great potential to provide reliable, robust, and scalable demand response resources. So if we can somehow modify the charging behavior of EV users in a reliable way, then that can be used as very reliable the resources for the power system. Also, the innovation is that their research have rigor in estimation. They said they use Callaway-Santana DID specification addressing concerns about conventional staggered DID estimation. And as he mentioned, estimates from typical DID with staggered treatment timing can be biased. They are, in fact, the weighted average of all possible two-group, two-period DID estimators. Treated versus untreated, earlier treated versus later treated, and later treated and earlier treated as well. So those all weighted average of those possible combinations makes this estimator. So there has been concern about this issue. Alternative estimator has been proposed in estimating the removing the bias introduced in this type of estimation. This is so the Korea-U.S. antenna dynamic treatment estimation. They use cohort time specific treatment effect. I'm not going to go into the details about this. I'll just skip this. So here comes my comment. Comment number 1. They used difference in difference estimation. 2 pillars of assumption for DID specification is, first one is common trend assumption. So when it comes to common trend assumption, I can easily imagine station installation and geographical distribution can be pretty much heterogeneous. So how does it change over time for those 3 providers? I'd like to understand how that metric changes over time, and whether it is appropriate, it is okay to say this common trend assumption can hold. Or the second assumption, very strong assumption, is SUTPA, a stable unit treatment and value assumption. Assumption can hold or not, and this can be particularly important because we can also easily imagine substitution from power cube to cabit and cabit back to power cube may be easy. So when you especially consider the time of introducing those price increases and also the price increases among those 3 service providers. Also, this comes from my personal experience on EV charging station data. EV charging station data typically has multiple charging points. So some stations have only one charging point, but many of those stations have multiple charging points that can make the analysis particularly difficult. So I'd like to know the unit analysis they used. The second comment is about the data. So EV chargers of stations of those 3 providers in Seoul, Gyeonggi, and Incheon. That's how I understood their data. I'd like to just check why didn't they use other provincial data in their analysis, and then what if they are systematically different? So there must be a reason why they have used Seoul, Gyeonggi, and Incheon instead of other provinces. How many stations and then charging points there, and sampling periods from when to when, something like this. So I'd like to have questions, some technical questions about the data. This is my last slide. So interpretation. So is a dependent variable logarithmic kilowatt hour, and also the Professor Kim mentioned conventional staggered treatment effect of this is typo actually 77% decrease, not 0.77, the 77% decrease versus Korea-U.S. antenna treatment effect of 46%. To me, it seems to be too big. Okay, so this might be an evidence for very large substitution, which can also violate the SUTPA assumption they have actually assumed. The last comment is a suggestion. So, maybe this is something Professor Kim and colleagues can do later on. What can explain the price responsiveness, and also the whether or not is the price response persistent or not. I think that is also very important points to confirm later on. Thank you so much. I think that is pretty much, yeah, so this is all what I wanted to say. I think we will open up Q&A, and yes,
And
this is
please
me.
bear with us for a minute while we set up the stage. As we resume, let me invite our speakers and the discussant to the stage again.
Can you start? Okay. Okay. So thank you so much. So we'll continue our discussion session. Professor Brown and Professor Kim, if you have anything to say, respond to the comments I made earlier, you can do it right now. Okay. Maybe
Okay,
Professor Brown can start first.
I would like to start, if you don't mind. Your first comment, I think, was the most important one, which was really a question. How do we contribute to the literature on the deployment of photovoltaics? So I'd like to highlight the transition in the policy science arena away from just asking, does a particular entity have a policy or not, which dominated the policy research across the world for decades, simply characterizing a policy as a yes/no. Do they support something? Is there a rebate? Is there a required repurchase of electricity? That sort of thing. So we instead are, as the profession is moving, we're looking at various measurements of the stringency of the policy. So we have, for the first time, created an index which captures not just what is being, what the price point is for repurchase, but it also includes, are there any additional fees, which seem to proliferate in policies when they're implemented, and also over what time period is the net metering aggregated? Is it instantaneous? That is, you only get repayment if for the period of time when you use it, or can you aggregate over a 1 month or a 1 year period, in which case you're being credited for a greater return of power to the utility. So that was one area that I didn't really have a chance to discuss during the, that took a lot of time because you have to have a stringency measure for every state for every year. So you have to look at 50 states and see how they progressed along these multiple dimensions. So let's see, you also had quite a few comments about the model specification. Is a panel data the right way to go? Should we have a synthetic control mechanism? Now that I can't respond to yet because we hadn't actually thought about a synthetic control mechanism where perhaps if we were looking at a particular state, we might want to capture some characteristics of similar states. We are going to be looking at various robustness checks for our work. We're adding new variables. For instance, is the state currently exporting or importing electricity? If it is having to import electricity, then there'll be a greater motivation to generate it from more sources. We're looking at more ideological and characteristics of the population's views of the environment and of the views of its governmental leadership. That's a whole area of study in the United States, because we are, with 50 states, we're a natural experiment, right? Each state can try something new. They have a lot of leverage to innovate. So we are a natural experiment, if you will. And we want to look at what features of ideology, political ideology, are moving leaders to provide a more supportive policy or a less supportive policy. So I guess that I have to say it's a work in progress in terms of what are we contributing, hoping to be contributing more, at the end of this research project. Thank you. Those were wonderful comments, though.
Thank you so much. Okay. Professor Kim, do you have anything to add?
Yes, obviously. Really appreciate your productive comments. It's very, very useful for us to continue to our research. First of all, there are a couple of comments on about the data. And yes, our data consists of the charging points, and the unit of analysis we are working currently and reported, presented in the slide is the charging points. But the charging stations, obviously, would be another route that we can do another analysis. And take, for example, like there are 4 charging points in KDI school, and that's 1 charging station, right? So, and another thing, the 3 regions that we focused on. Yeah, honestly, like we did analysis with the whole region in Korea, but we couldn't find the strong evidence. So we're so frustrated about that. We are trying to narrow it down, at least a reasonable level of analysis. We found a very strong and robust evidence in the 3 regions in Korea, mostly a densely populated area. So we are wondering whether what would happen without the price change in these specific regions. So we did the survey actually in entire Korea, asking 800 respondents of the electric vehicle owners, and to see if because our data does not have the consumer level of information. So to back up, to support the hypothesis that we thought about in many different ways, we conducted a survey as well. So this is not presented in this one research, but in order to understand the consumer behaviors more in depth, we did a survey, and it's an ongoing process actually. So we haven't done the analysis yet. And yeah, estimations, is really useful and productive comments in terms of the SUTPA assumption. So this is the slide that I added, and about the 2 slides right behind about substitution effect. So we are taking into consideration of what happened in the substitution between the station to the other and back into the original station. Yeah, that's important one. But we might, because we have a micro level data, so we obviously can do that in the near future. And there are tons of things to do. And a persistent effect or not, immediate effect, but we claim that our findings show a immediate effect in response to a price change. But after we taking a long difference approach, a different estimation method, we couldn't find a strong result. In part because we think because a lot of intervention happens. So like this is the area, a gray area actually. This is the gray area for us that we need to further investigate. And thank you for your comments. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I see huge potential for both of your works in terms of academics and also in terms of policy insights and recommendations. I'd like to I'd like to open up the comments or questions from the floor. If we have any questions to those 2 real experts in this area, please do so right now. Any questions about technical or policy relevant? Any? Yeah. Okay. Can you please say who you are briefly? Yeah.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mamadou Fati. I'm from the Gambia. I'm a KDI student. I'm actually Professor Kim's student. My question is, as we know, batteries uses lithium and nuclear also uses uranium. How do we balance carbon neutrality and sustainable extraction of these minerals? What are some of the policy tools that you will recommend, particularly for the extraction countries? Thank you.
I wouldn't take this question. He's one of my students, so I wouldn't take that.
The students are asking to the professors, right?
I would toss it over to Dr. Mary Brown.
So many of these climate and carbon neutrality solutions have rare earth minerals and extractive processes that are, painful and harmful to the individuals in many countries around the world. So it's a tough one. I don't have an answer for you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, and I did want to take a moment, if I could, to address Ambassador Kim's question to me when I was done. Yeah, which is you don't have a lot of houses that look like our American, suburban home dream. We actually have a lot of apartments, and we have our own issues of landlord-tenant disputes over the role of rooftop solar in apartment complexes. So we have been looking at many different policy options there, and there are some good ways to try to negotiate the trade-off between the landlord and the tenant desires. And there are a number of model landlord-tenant agreements that are under development that help to make the investment by the landlord more affordable, and with a commitment of the tenant to helping to pay and use electricity more modestly. But the issue goes way beyond, of course, rooftop solar. These same issues pertain to distributed solar, community solar, distributed wind. You can have wind turbines distributed and owned by small communities or even households, and that repurchase arrangement is also applicable to those situations. That relationship between the owner of the distributed renewable and the utility, which is going to be responsible for ensuring a secure grid while purchasing and hopefully promoting the renewable distributed resource. So it goes beyond just the rooftop. All these issues are, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Dr. Kim.
Hello, I'm James from Berkeley National Lab, and thanks for the presentation. Just hearing the question about the carbon neutrality and the energy, the battery as is from its material, I was thinking about if there's a price increase and it actually decreases the usage of the electric vehicle by represented by the charging, then it might affect also on the carbon neutrality by the emission differences between the fossil fueled cars and the electric vehicle. Depends on, of course, where the electricity is coming from. That's some of my comments was going. But also for the NAM, actually, NAM was introduced in the early 2000, 2010-ish and across the states. And in the Berkeley is in California, and we are kind of like leading the renewable energy integration in terms of the state level of the renewable energy. And here comes a question. Like, one is, compared to 10, 15 years ago when the NAM was introduced, the market design has been changed a lot. For example, the FERC Code 2222 that allowing all the distributed energy resources like rooftop solar and energy storage participating in the wholesale electricity market directly, which was not impossible when the NAM was introduced. And within those situations, like wondering the NAM 2.0, NAM 3.0 in California. Besides that, whether the NAM is actually effective policy, or if it wants to be still an effective policy, what needs to be changed or improved. That's one. And the two is, eventually many of the states like California or Hawaii, they want to revise some of the NAM policies to adopt to their state of the renewable integration. So many of the states like Georgia, Florida, even like I'm still questioning why Florida is lacking, but they are heading to the California, Hawaii level, and they will consider the revised NAM as they do now in California and Hawaii. So we are looking at the future probably 5, 10, 15 years from now on, but what's your idea about that too?
So for the sake of time management, I think this should be the last question. And Professor Brown, can you keep your answer short?
I will. All right. So, we talked about how there's so many different states in the U.S. They all have their own policies. There's so many different ways that utilities are regulated also in the United States, still from vertically integrated, where you have the generation owned and distributed by the same vertically integrated company. That dominates in the Southeast, and we don't have open wholesale markets. So you can't bid in to that market any kind of voltage control or reliability assets. So, but in California you can, and it does complicate. I don't know that we're going to be moving to either. We're not going to go back to vertically integrated, but I am not sure that we're going to dismember the vertically integrated utilities. So we are stuck with a case of many different models. I don't think that we're going to be reaching the 10% threshold that some have argued is when the duck curve becomes an important issue. That is, you've moved that peak period so much that you don't need any more solar. We're not going to get there in that sort of time frame, in my opinion, that you mentioned. The rate of growth is so slow. Maybe by 2035, 40, but we've got a long way to go between now and then. And a lot of money's got to be spent to get to those kinds of thresholds in the next 10 or 15 years. I think we have many years of needing to motivate adoption in order to get to the point where we have a problem of the peak moving. So I think we need to get to that problem sooner and let's full force ahead to try to get as much solar as we can and then worry about how to modify the repayment process. Thanks. That was a good question though. Appreciate it, James.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the U.S. Korea, we have a lot to share, actually learn from also with each other. I really enjoyed leading this discussion. And thank you so much for your active participation. And then this is the end of our first session. Thank you so much. You now have a coffee break. Thank you so much. And then please give big hands to those two distinguished speakers. Thank you so much.
All right, as announced, we'll have a short coffee break and we'll resume the session at the 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, are we ready? The second session will begin shortly, so please take your seats. Welcome to the second session of Crisis and Solutions, Navigating Climate Challenges. The second session is to be opened by Dr. 정례회의, Assistant Professor at the University of Seoul. Specializing in climate change impacts and mitigation strategies, he brings a wealth of experience from his prior roles at the OECD and the Korea Environment Institute. Dr. Yu will talk about the thermal comfort and retail sales, a big data analysis of extreme weather's impact on brick-and-mortar stores. Please join me in welcoming Dr. 정례회의.
Hi, I'm 정례회 at the University of Seoul. I was waiting for my turn here, and I just realized that I got my sweater color matched to the main color of this event, so I feel like this is my day. Well, let me start. This is a joint work with my colleagues Ji-Yong at KAIST and U.S. at the University of Hong Kong. Before arriving here, I had to make many small decisions. One of them was to make a decision between the hot coffee and iced coffee. I imagine that you all feel that today outside is quite cold. So normally I choose the iced coffee, but today I grab a hot coffee. The point is the weather affects our daily decisions. So this talk is about that. This research aims to investigate the impact of heat waves or cold spells on retail sales or consumption. Why retail sales? Let me talk about that first. Because retail is a critical component of the economy. So if we fail to have the stable retail sales, then there will be many repercussion economic consequences. So we want to keep the quite stable and good retail sales for the economy. I'm also focusing on heat waves or cold spells because of climate change. We all agree that climate change is happening, and it will increase the frequency or the intensity of extreme temperature events. So I wanted to see the impact of climate change on retail sales, and we want to devise kind of effective strategy to mitigate the climate risk. So more broadly speaking, this research contributes to the climate change impact literature. Of course, I'm not the only person who investigates this impact. There are many studies, mostly in the management field. And these studies suggest three mechanisms that link weather to retail sales or consumption. The first mechanism is physical accessibility. For example, when it is too hot or too cold, like today, you might not want to go outside and shop, right? The second mechanism is the impulsive purchasing. When it is too cold, like today, then you might purchase a hot tea or hot coffee impulsively. This is kind of impulsive decision. The last mechanism is psychological factor. The weather influences your mood, and your mood influences your consumption decision. So this is clear, but unfortunately, the literature kind of suggests mixed findings. For example, some studies said that the temperature is a significant factor in the consumption decisions, but others said that temperature is not a significant factor. Furthermore, some studies said that hot temperature decreased the retail sales, but others said hot temperature increased the sales. So this is the problem, because eventually what we want to do is to kind of to understand the relationship between the weather and retail sales so that we can devise some effective strategy to mitigate the climate risk eventually. The primary reason of these mixed findings in the literature is the heterogeneous or heterogeneity effect across the retail product, locations, or timing of sales. For example, the literature suggests the 3 mechanisms. The first one was the physical accessibility. You might not want to go outside when it is too hot, but for essential goods like a lunch box, even though it is too hot, you are willing to go outside and grab a lunch box, right? So there is heterogeneous effect across the product you want to buy. The second one is impulsive purchasing. When it is too cold, you may buy hot coffee or hot tea impulsively, but you may not buy computers or tables impulsively. So the effects vary depending on the product you want to buy. But unfortunately, most studies focus on a single or a couple of the retail products so that they find a part of this impact. This is the primary reason of the mixed findings in the literature. So more broadly, there are 3 challenges. I should go this way. There are 3 challenges we found. The first one was the limited scope of the retail sector or retail categories. So we try to address. I mean, they focus on a single or a couple of retail categories or retail sector or the location or timing because they rely on the company data. As an individual researcher, it is challenging to gather the sales data from multiple companies. It's challenging, so they just do a partial analysis. We want to address this challenge, so we try to get the credit card transaction data, which is not constrained by specific retail sectors, locations, or seasons. So, consequently, we could analyze virtually all physical stores in Seoul, Korea, over 4 years. Also, there are 2 challenges in terms of weather data and empirical models, and we try to address these challenges. Let me skip all the details because I have only 20 minutes. And the key finding, surprisingly to me, we found that the extreme temperature, like heat waves or cold spells, increase the retail sales. And why? So we really tried to find why. And we think the plausible explanation for this surprising result is the thermal comfort hypothesis. This is kind of biological response to the extreme temperatures. When there is heat waves or cold spells, people want to go inside to avoid the extreme weather event, the risk. And they might want to buy the thermal comforting goods or services because they really want to keep their thermal comfort. And it could be influencing the retail sales. And we also break down the impact by retail sectors, and the results support this hypothesis. What is the takeaway? So what we want to emphasize, what we want to suggest from this result is that the public sectors or private sectors can strategically leverage these results. For example, for the business sectors, they might want to promote thermal comforting goods or services when they expect the heat waves or cold spells. Also, they may want to kind of equip more, provide more thermal comfort indoor environment with air conditioning or heating systems. That will be helpful. For the public sectors may want to provide more indoor spaces to citizens, to people, because there is demand. Well, let me go deeply to, let me elaborate the methodology and data. The first one is sales data. As I said, we use credit card transaction data, which is really big data, really big data. So we couldn't use the raw data, but we aggregate the data at a monthly level across 425 official districts for 63 retail sectors, and the number of observations is still large, about 1.4 million. Unfortunately, we couldn't consider online sales because we have no data, so we just focus on the brick and mortar stores sales. For weather data, let me skip all the details, but we use kind of combined data of observational and remote sensing based data so that we can have the high resolution weather data, so we could identify the localized variation in the temperatures and the precipitation. The empirical model, we use a semi-parametric panel model with high degrees of freedom. I know this sounds very technical, but the point is that we want to capture the non-linear relationship, highly non-linear relationship. I will show you what it is. So the empirical model is like that. The sales within the district I, month M, and the retail sector K is a function of temperature and precipitation and the number of holidays and weekends. Also, the several fixed effects like a regional fixed effect, the sector fixed effect, and seasonal with the retail sector fixed effect. We also consider the COVID dummy because there was the really big drop in the sales during the pandemic. Let me skip all the details as well here. The key concept of this in this empirical model is the exposure concept. So the point is that we want to capture the responses in the extremes, not the average. So when we say monthly temperature or daily temperature, that means monthly average temperature or daily average temperature. But the average one, there are two boxes, for example, in a very simplified figure. Two boxes have the same average but different extremes. What we are interested in is the extremes, not the average. So we do not want to use the average value, but the extreme values. This is the idea. So we use kind of the suitable model to capture the responses in the extremes. Also, let me skip the very technical things here. But I would love to respond to your questions. Well, the result. Let's just see the figure on the right hand side, left hand side or right hand side here. Okay, so the red curve is assuming the natural cubic splice, kind of a very flexible function, and the blue curve is assuming a step function, which is also very flexible. And the shaded area represents a 95% interval, confidential interval. And what it is say that, the cold spells below minus 15 degrees Celsius and the heat waves region above 35 degrees Celsius, there's jump in the sales. Another interesting finding is that for the moderately low and the moderately high temperatures, there is a drop in the sales. Well, the accurate interpretation of this figure is like that. For each additional day with heat waves or cold spells, the sales, average sales, increase by 4% and 11% respectively. So it seems like the extreme temperature, there's something going on under extreme temperature event. And we attribute this interesting finding to the thermal comfort hypothesis. As I said, you know, when there is an extreme weather event, people kind of want to respond to that by, you know, going inside or purchasing thermal comfort goods or services like iced tea, iced coffee, or hot tea or hot coffee. To validate this or to support this hypothesis, we broke down this impact by the sectors, retail sectors, and we found a similar result in these 4 sectors or products. The first one is restaurant and the cafe, convenience stores, and the bakery. You may be able to imagine that these stores sell the thermal comfort goods like iced coffee, hot tea, or ice cream. And you can find the many news articles like that. The heat waves definitely increase the ice cream sales. I found that news article that published in the last July. So it seems like there is thermal comfort hypothesis makes sense for these 4 sectors. We also found the similar result in the indoor facilities, like indoor entertainment, indoor sports, and the bookstores. Like people seek indoor environment under extreme temperature event. We also found that trend in the fuel stations and electronics. We thought that that increase in the fuel stations is interesting, and we tried to find why in the literature. And what we found is that the first reason is, when it is too hot, people turn on the air conditioning more intensively and more frequently, so that they use more fuels, more diesel, more gases. And the second reason is that people may prefer personal vehicles instead of private. The public transportation when it is too hot or too cold, right? So there's more consumption in energies. For electronics, we found the increase in sales under the heat waves. And we think the main reason for that is the jump in the air conditioning unit sales, because there are many news articles about that, where evidence is that the heat waves increase the air conditioning unit sales. Lastly, we also find that the increase in the sales in the medical sectors, like pharmacies and the hospitals. They're kind of notable in the cold spells particularly, and this increase is like a direct consequence of the extreme weather event, because it is risky. Kind of there is the heat wave, the cold spells amplifies the risk of injury, but it is also saying that why people want to keep their thermal comfort, because it is risky, so they want to keep the thermal comfort so that they can keep their health, or they avoid the risk of injury. Finally, what we did was to estimate the impact of climate change on retail sales. The numerical result is quite confusing, so I would not explain that the numerical result. But the point here is that over time, climate change occurs, so that this impact can be amplified. So currently, what we found, the estimate is kind of 4% or 11%, but we can imagine that as time goes by, more and more the heat waves or cold spells we will experience, so that this impact will be larger and larger. That means we might want to prepare for the climate change right now, so that we can, we can have enough time to prepare. We did a lot of sensitivity analysis, and we found that the estimate, the trend is robust. Let me skip that and jump to the conclusion. So, what is the conclusion? Well, first of all, we found interesting finding, and that was possible because we used credit card transaction data, so that we can kind of consider the very heterogeneity across the regions, across the categories, across the timing of purchasing. Then we found the increase in sales under the extreme temperature event, and we think the most plausible, the explanation for this result is the thermal comfort hypothesis. Again, this is really a biological response rather than economically optimized response. And we want to conclude that we do not want to argue that climate change is beneficial in the retail sectors. But what we want to say from this result is that the business sectors or public sectors have something to do in advance. That is, people want to keep their thermal comfort. So they're responding to that. Business sectors and the public sectors can have something to do. For example, the business sectors may want to promote the thermal comforting goods or services with the good indoor environment, like air conditioning or heating systems. That will be helpful. That will be beneficial for the business sectors, so that they can, in the long term, they can minimize the risk of climate change. And the public sectors obviously should provide more indoor spaces, so that people can have some places to avoid, to go away from the risk. Well, of course, there are many limitations. There are tons of limitations, including the substitution effect. We did not, look at the online sales data, but there should be kind of substitution between online and offline sales, which is really, popular these days. But we couldn't do that. Also, we focus on the Seoul, which is really big city, but the small cities or rural regions that have not enough indoor spaces, or like convenience stores or restaurant may have different result. So that should be our next things to do. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Yu. Please welcome our next speaker, Professor Seung-Hoon Cho, professor at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Specializing in agriculture and resource economics, his research aims to address sustainability through land use and ecosystem management, particularly in the context of climate and land use changes. His talk is titled Accessing the Potential of Forest Carbon Credits. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Seung-Hoon Cho.
Before I start, I'd like to say thank you for Dr. Kim and Dr. Yu for coordinating this event and inviting very relevant people, including myself, with a diverse background. This particular talk is going to be a switch of gear from energy and retail sale that focus on carbon neutrality to natural resources that focus on carbon neutrality. So this is funded by USDA NIFA and University of Tennessee Institute of Agriculture. So one of the most cost-efficient way to reduce carbon emission is improving forest capacity to store carbon. We can think about how we can do it by improving, avoiding conversion of forest land and afforestation and reforestation, and also improving forest management. And these efforts have to be verified and monetized in the market system to be able to create a forest carbon credit. So today, what I'm going to focus on is going to be avoidance of forest conversion and how we can create carbon storage, carbon credit through this kind of program. This effort is significant and rapidly increasing. Half of all carbon credit created in last year is forest carbon credit. This is global estimate. And this is very infant stage as well. And this is expected to grow 100 times in 2050. Therefore, we need to understand how much potential this forest carbon credit is in relevant to climate change mitigation and carbon neutrality. So there are a couple of branch of literature we can look at. One is sort of physical capacity of carbon capture ability. So looking at the volume of tree, forest area, and timber rotation, as well as the forest management, and see how we can improve forest capacity of carbon storage. And then you're looking at cost of supplying forest-based carbon storage. One of the main literature deals with the opportunity cost and also improving efficiency gain from spatial and temporal targeting. However, these literature, particularly on cost side of it, particularly focused on historical data, this kind of historical data has limitation because we are looking at rapidly growing basically segment, and looking at the history, there is really not much to talk about because right now we're talking about, as I said, almost 100 times of forest carbon credit created in the anticipated to be created in 2050. So we need to look into the future and how much potential carbon credit in the forest sector is, and sort of project future is always difficult, but we need to make an effort into that direction. So the goal of this research is trying to project potential of future forest carbon credit by driving supply of forest carbon storage, particularly for avoiding forest conversion. And then we want to map spatial distribution of this supply. And then we are going one step further, and we're trying to see this relationship, supply relationship, in relation to demand of forest carbon storage, using the case study of Central and Southern Appalachian region of the U.S. We chose Appalachian region because that's where I live. However, this area has a lot of capacity storing carbon, forest-based carbon. Estimated to be more than half of eastern regions above ground carbon. This is sort of an underestimation because forestry has 70% of soil carbon as well. So there is a huge capacity of carbon neutralization in this area. So that's why we chose this area, not because I live there. So this is a multidisciplinary research. So we have ecologists in the team, and economists and 40 scientists in the team. So in this particular segment of the research, we have 3 modeling efforts. Task 1 is projecting opportunity costs in the future, which is quite challenging because we're looking at future in 2050, and typically economists are not really good at projecting like 2050 from 2023 at this point. But because we think that implication of this forest carbon credit is in the future, so that we make a sort of ambitious effort to project opportunity costs. So this is sort of a cost side of forest carbon supply. And then benefit side involves with the forest carbon model. And I'm going to introduce how that model is capturing the quantifying forest carbon sequestration. And then merging these two together, we come up with the pixel level site-specific opportunity costs for forest carbon sequestration. And then we do simulation given hypothetical carbon target and come up with a supply of carbon sequestration. So we're going to drive a marginal cost curve using this relationship, and we're going to map this supply of carbon of Appalachia region. So for task 1, opportunity cost. So this is one of the most challenging part because this involves with economic model projecting 2050 at the point where data is collected. The most recent data we collected was 2016. So you have 30 plus years of projection. And you will probably know that how good economists are projecting 30 plus years. So we're using soil expectation value. Basically, this is the value of timber at the county level. So this is kind of challenging segment as well, because later on, when I talk about pixel level forest carbon sequestration, it is a lot more spatially fine level. So there is a little bit of mismatch between economic data and physical data. Almost always we have this kind of problem. However, the best thing we can do to calculate this opportunity cost for timberland is at the county level, because we don't have like systematic data created for example, a lot more spatially fine level. So let me try to introduce what is soil expectation value. Soil expectation value is basically the timber harvest value with different types of species. So we mainly focus on deciduous and evergreen species and to see how much value it contains with some assumption about rotation, which here means harvesting. Between 50 to 75 years. And then we annualize and make as 43 ton. So here we need to make a notice that because this is a value contained over 50 plus years, we need to annualize it. So anybody who has taken some kind of finance class or microeconomics even understand discount rate is involved to make some kind of annualization over time. So there is an assumption involved, what kind of discount rate we use. We are using 2.5, 2, and 1.5%. This sounds ridiculous at this point because the Federal Reserve recently announced 5.5 or maybe even higher interest rate. However, when we were conducting this study, which was right after COVID, this seems to be a very reasonable number. But Federal Reserve basically hiked their interest rate. So this seems like it's a very unreasonable discount rate at this point. So see how economy changes, just very short period of time. So we're using this, I have to admit that to be able to actually publish this paper somewhere good, we probably need to do sensitivity tests with higher discount rate. So we come up with the annualized forest return with the different discount rate. And then we project timber return. Because like I said in the beginning, our goal is projecting future. And we use this method called stochastic differential equation. This equation involves with projection of timber return with different market condition as well as different growth environment for the timber. So we make a different assumption about climate because timber will grow in different rate. And we take the sort of in the middle. I think the previous speaker was talking about different level of climate change scenario. And at this point, we only took one scenario, and then we obviously have to do a little bit of sensitivity tests as well. So we take moderate climate change scenario and project timber return in the future. Again, how valuable this effort is, like the model suggests, it's very stochastic. So we have different stochastic value, but I'm not going to present the entire estimation here. Carbon simulation. So I'm not going to claim, I'm not, because I'm economist, but I understand at least the core of this model for carbon simulator. And this model is called terrestrial ecosystem model, and it has capacity of projecting carbon uptake at the pixel level, very fine level, 1 kilometer pixel level, and then we aggregate 10 kilometer pixel level. And input information this model takes is climate, forest type, disturbance, and other environmental characteristics. And by the way, this is a huge model Oak Ridge National Lab created. So now we have two components. One is annualized opportunity cost based on soil expectation value, which is annualized at different discount rate. And then we have projected carbon storage using carbon simulator. So one is dollar per hectare, and the other is ton per hectare. So if you divide ton per hectare by dollar per hectare, we get ton per dollar. So that is return on investment, the concept we can sort of think as intuitively. So this is sort of expected return on investment. So at this pixel level, so some of the cost data will be same, at least in the county, and then carbon storage at the pixel level varies at the same county. So there is a little bit of a issue here, but given that's the gap between these two data, we'll just have to work with it. And then final model we introduce is optimization frame. So given this ROI, we maximize ROI, overall ROI, subject to budget constraint. And because we are not 100% sure how much budget constraint will be needed in the future, so we vary different types of budget constraint using different target of forest carbon availability. So for example, 100% of forest carbon availability is supplied, then how much is needed? and then we take 10% off, 20% off, 30% off, and come up with a different level of carbon target. And we basically run optimization multiple times and come up with the point, and those optimal solutions will be connected to be supply or marginal cost of forest-based carbon storage. And then we're going to map spatial distribution of carbon storage at this different discount rate. So this is one of the results. So x-axis here is carbon sequestration target. So you can see that as you have more and more carbon sequestration target, your marginal cost will pick up more and more, because in each low level of carbon target, you'll have high ROI pixel you will take. As you increase the target, then lower ROI pixel will be included. And horizontal curve here represents basically a projection of carbon price. So here we have to make an assumption carbon is perfectly elastic, which is not, but because we really don't have ability, and also this project doesn't really focus on demand side, so we borrow EPA number for carbon price projection and then annualize it. So you can see that different, again, because it's annualized, you can see the different carbon price that correspond to different marginal costs. So those points that intersect with the same color represent equilibrium carbon storage, forest carbon storage at different discount rate. So another aspect of this exercise, project exercise, is focusing on where forest carbon will be supplied. And this is sort of minimum level of target. So this shaded area, green shaded area, represents the part of optimal solution where at the 10% target of forest carbon we utilize here in the central and southern Appalachian region at discount rate of 2.5%. And then we incrementally increase the target by 10%. We actually did 100%, 1% by 1%, but here, for the time reason, I'll just show 10% incremental mapping. Then you can sort of see how spatial distribution of carbon supply incrementally increase. So as you increase the target, the region, the pixels with the lower ROI will be supplied in the carbon market system. So sum up the outcome, we can think about two different things, two main things. One is, okay, how much carbon storage will be supplied in the future of 2050? Our projection is about 3.3 to 3.5 gigaton of forest carbon storage under the assumption of moderate climate scenario and under the assumption of perfectly elastic demand based on EPA. So we have to make a lot of assumptions here because we don't know the future, obviously. And then we can think about, okay, how big is this 3.5 gigaton of carbon? It is big. It is almost half, more than half of current emission in the US, which is 6.3 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2021 estimate. So as you can see, forests can do significant contribution for carbon neutrality, and it is important to take an action creating this market system. So this basic table basically sum up how increasing carbon market, carbon target, how carbon target actually quantify carbon target increase, cost increase, and how ROI gets lower, and how much forest area in this region is involved. To sum up with what we have, so this is still a working paper, but what we have found is there are two components that is important to consider driving marginal cost of forest carbon and equilibrium level of quantified forest carbon. One is discount rate, and the other is obviously carbon pricing. So these two fluctuate a lot, as we have seen. This interest rate shows how it changes from almost real interest rate 0 to 5.5% now. And carbon pricing and or carbon demand is also very much function of how severe climate change will be. However, this kind of exercise help us, timberland owner and conservation agency, sort of utilize this information as a sort of roadmap for creating forest carbon credit in the area. And hopefully, right now we are working on sensitivity tests. We are using different discount rate and also different price level. And we recently started another USDA program creating actual market using this kind of marginal cost curve. So hopefully 2, 3, 4 years later, maybe I can come up with another event like this and present a little bit more relevant content in terms of carbon neutrality.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Cho. Our third speaker for session 2 is Dr. Anthony Harding, Assistant Professor in the School of Public Policy at Georgia Tech. An environmental economist, Dr. Harding focuses on the interplay between innovative technologies and climate policy. His presentation will examine what role, if any, does solar geoengineering play in pathways towards carbon neutrality. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anthony Harding.
Okay, thank you all for having me. I really want to thank the organizers for putting this event together. It's really great to be here, and it's nice that we're able to have these sort of in-person events again. I think it's really valuable for both the quality of our own research as well as the impact it has. So thank you for that. I'm going to be talking about a topic perhaps a bit different than what has been presented so far, in that I'll be talking about this technology option of solar geoengineering and what role it can play in terms of carbon neutrality. Being kind of a lesser known option and a bit further out there, I wanted to give first just a bit of background for those who maybe don't know about what solar geoengineering is. So it's really kind of a suite of technologies that really gets at modifying the radiative forcing balance and the energy balance of Earth. And there's a few different proposed ways of going about doing some sort of solar geoengineering. So you can envision sort of this incoming sunlight that's nicely presented in this National Academy's report photo here. So we have our incoming sunlight, and typically some of it is reflected back into space as it's coming down, or perhaps it's scattered, and then eventually some of it will be either absorbed or reflected back off the planet. And essentially, you can sort of think of solar geoengineering, most ideas, as sort of a global sunscreen for the Earth, right? So there's a few different proposed ways of doing this, as I mentioned. The most sort of evaluated from a research perspective is the one at the top of this image called stratospheric aerosol injection. And what this sort of is going about doing is injecting some sort of aerosols into the stratosphere, which is one of the upper layers of the atmosphere. The idea is to reflect some of the incoming sunlight. And in that way, you can modify the amount of sunlight coming in, and in that way reduce sort of increases in global temperature. Another proposed method of doing this down at the bottom is called marine cloud brightening. It's a very similar idea where instead of releasing these sort of reflective aerosols into the stratosphere, instead we try to brighten clouds over oceans, particularly kind of deep, darker areas of the ocean. And in that way, you get these kind of bright white clouds that reflect incoming sunlight as well. And sort of the least perhaps explored option is cirrus cloud thinning, which is the idea of trying to thin sort of upper level clouds, cirrus clouds, to allow more light to escape after it's been reflected. So the idea that I'll be focusing on predominantly in this talk is the idea of stratospheric aerosol injection, but there are a few other options, just so you're aware. Right. So why consider solar geoengineering? Why are people starting to think about this topic? Well, there's kind of this idea that in terms of emissions and greenhouse gases, we have this accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and we have this sort of effect on temperature that happens on very long time scales, right? So we're trying to reduce emissions now to prevent temperature rises further into the future. But solar geoengineering allows us to act a bit faster. So by releasing sort of aerosols into the stratosphere, we can start to affect global mean temperatures, as evidenced from sort of climate scientists and the climate models, on the scale of up to a year. Right, so we can start to reduce temperatures at a much faster time scale than we can with emissions reductions. And the other idea is that we can perhaps do it at a lower cost, right? The cost of purchasing and releasing these aerosols is relatively low compared to the costs of emissions cuts. But this is not all to say that solar geoengineering is kind of the be-all, end-all. There's a lot of issues with solar geoengineering. The predominant of which is it doesn't remove the source of the problem, right? So by reflecting this incoming sunlight and using these aerosols to sort of modify rising global temperatures, we don't remove the source of the problem, greenhouse gases. And that introduces some predominant issues that I'll talk about in a little bit, but it includes the effect of those aerosols is not going to be exactly the same in counteracting the effect of those greenhouse gases, and the effects of stratospheric aerosol injection is predominantly going through affecting global mean temperatures and doesn't necessarily deal with many of the other problems associated with rising greenhouse gases. For example, ocean acidification, right? Solar geoengineering would do nothing in terms of moderating that impact. So this kind of then brings the question of, okay, where does this solar geoengineering policy options sort of fit in our array of climate policy options? So I like this diagram as a way to sort of fit it in its respective box. So we can think of this climate change problem kind of starting on the left and going all the way to the right. So we have the economy at the very beginning, right? We're producing goods and services, and a byproduct of this production is emissions, CO2 emissions, right? And then these CO2 emissions then go into our atmosphere and accumulate, and that gives us our greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. Right? And because we have these accumulating greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, we then move on to some level of climate changes be it changes in precipitation patterns, changes in global mean temperature, changes in ocean acidification, etc. And then these climate changes then have some impact on human activities, as we saw in retail sales, but also ecological systems, etc. So how can we fit our different climate policy options within this? How can we maybe interrupt or modify some of these transitions? So the first we can think of is decarbonization is going to be sort of our first step at trying to break this linkage between the economy and emissions. So that's what predominantly our talks have been on so far. This idea of decarbonizing the economy without necessarily sacrificing too much on the economic productivity side of things. Next, we have this linkage between emissions and greenhouse gases, and this is really where that previous talk we just saw sort of fits. We have our carbon removal, so we have these emissions that are going up and accumulating in greenhouse gas concentrations, but perhaps we can decouple this linkage in some way through carbon removal, whether it be sort of industrial carbon removal or some sort of nature-based solutions like forestation or perhaps BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and sequestration, right? Next, we have, this is where I see solar geoengineering sort of fitting in this suite of climate policy options. We still have perhaps some level of greenhouse gas concentrations after we've decarbonized and after we've removed some carbon. We still have some level of climate changes. And so solar geoengineering, where I see it fitting, is perhaps disrupting this linkage in some way between the greenhouse gas concentrations and the climate changes. And then finally, the fourth one that we haven't seen so much of so far today is adaptation, right? So we have some level of climate changes, but perhaps we can adapt in some way, maybe seawalls being the most obvious example, to disrupt this linkage between climate changes and impacts. Right. Okay, so now we've seen a bit of what solar geoengineering is and maybe where it can fit in the suite of climate policy options. So that brings me to my research question for this talk, which is what are the potential trade-offs around solar geoengineering and climate policy pathways? I really wanted to think through, based on what we might want to achieve in terms of our climate policy, what might the trade-offs be around using solar geoengineering as a part of that suite of possible technologies and policy options, and how critically do these depend on the policy objectives? So I'll get to those in a second, what I mean by policy objectives. So traditionally, this type of analysis that I'm pulling from thinks from optimal climate policy analysis, and by optimal I really mean this as how economists use optimal in really more of an optimized climate policy. So you have some sort of benevolent global policymaker who's trying to optimize, weighing off. Maybe you have your climate policy costs on the one hand, and you have your climate impacts on the other hand, and this global decision maker is trying to trade off those two, focusing on the idea of maximizing global well-being or global welfare or global utility, however you want to phrase it. But that kind of asks the question, getting outside of kind of economics world, what other realistic policy objectives are important to the climate policy debate? And what are the potential trade-offs that we may make depending on what our preferred objective is? So the methodology I went about in this paper is really starting from, again, that optimal climate policy modeling framework. One of the predominantly used models for this is the DICE model that was initially developed by Nordhaus, who won the Nobel Prize, actually, for developing this model. And so we're going to begin with this kind of basic model that pairs sort of a very simple model of the economy with a very simple model of climate, global climate, with some interactions between the two. And there's this work by Maria Belaya et al. That sort of tried to take seriously augmenting this climate policy model to incorporate both CDR technologies, so that's our sort of carbon capture, breaking that linkage between emissions and greenhouse gas concentrations, as well as to introduce, as I said, stratospheric aerosol injection. So that's our solar geoengineering option. And so beginning with that, there had to be some serious consideration of how we realistically introduce stratospheric aerosol injection. And the way this is done is by trying to scale the climate damages function based on how much of your kind of sort of tampering with the climate using solar geoengineering, as well as sort of the direct risks associated with solar geoengineering, which I'm happy to get into if there's any questions on that. But I think this, I like pictures. I'm a person who likes pictures, so I think it's easiest to explain this framework of how we're introducing solar geoengineering with this image. So sort of we have this DICE model option, this DICE model, and sort of our policy options within this model are really between solar geoengineering and our greenhouse gas tools, whether it be decarbonization or CDR. And there's really two pathways we wanted to adjust through which solar geoengineering affected sort of the climate damages side of things, right? So again, in this model, we're trading off on one hand sort of the climate damages, and on the other side, climate policy costs. So the way we did this is sort of on the farthest left. If you look at the bottom, we kind of starting from the bottom and going up, we have our total sort of damages within this model. We introduced a new pathway which we call direct risks. And this is sort of the direct risks of actually releasing these aerosols into the stratosphere. It has some physical risks associated with that. If whatever you put up must come down, and that's going to have risks associated with it. And the other pathway goes through sort of the efficacy of solar geoengineering, as we call it, which is really capturing differences in the climatic response to solar geoengineering relative to greenhouse gases. And this is sort of broken down a bit more on the right-hand side. So how we're calibrating this efficacy parameter really is using climate simulations and trying to measure it's a bit blurry here, but we have this theta parameter is really the critical parameter here, which if we think about how maybe greenhouse gas concentrations affects climate, this could be measured as temperature changes or precipitation changes for, say, some region B and some region A. We want to understand, does solar geoengineering perhaps exactly counteract that change? Or is there some difference in how well solar geoengineering compensates for climate changes in one region versus another, right? Perhaps it moderates climate changes in one region but exacerbates it in another. We wanted to really try and calibrate that in some way and have that reflected in our global climate damages. And that way we're capturing more realistically the effects of solar geoengineering, right? So this is really about the calibration of how we introduce solar geoengineering into the model. Okay. So this takes me to modeling the policy objectives. So the standard DICE model objective, as I said, was to maximize net present value of a representative agent's utility. What that really technical terminology means is that, as I said, there's sort of a single benevolent policymaker who's trying to maximize overall well-being of everyone on the planet. And so our climate policy under this framework depends on trade-offs between the climate policy costs and climate damages, as I mentioned before. But of course, that's not necessarily how policy making actually happens, right? We don't have one person deciding policy making for everyone. And this trade-off between climate policy costs and climate policy damages is not necessarily our objective for all policy makers. So what I wanted to do was to expand the array of policy objectives we might be trying to optimize in some way. So the first one, I'm just reflecting exactly what's in the standard model. where we're maximizing utility. But you can also think of other realistic policy objectives that have been brought forth. So the next one I'm considering here is minimizing temperature overshoot, which I'm measuring as sort of an integration of degree years over sort of that Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this is really trying to keep as close to that Paris Agreement target as possible. You could also think of more extreme policy objective of just trying to minimize climate damages at any cost. On the other hand, you may think in the other direction of how can I sort of minimize the costs of emissions cuts. And then finally, perhaps we really want to avoid the use of solar geoengineering, so we want to minimize the use of solar geoengineering. So these are the different policy objectives that I'm going to introduce and understand the trade-offs that we may have in what pathways we take with regard to our climate policy tools, depending on what our policy objective might be. Okay, another sort of, before I get to the results, I'm going to add another caveat into here. What I wanted to add to this paper as well is uncertainty. Uncertainty is a really important factor in climate policy and climate policy analysis. There's numerous sources of uncertainty in this problem, and I wanted to try and characterize that at least to some degree. And so there's large uncertainties in the climate problem as well as around solar geoengineering. Solar geoengineering is a relatively novel idea and relatively nascent in terms of the research around it. So there's still large uncertainties about how well it would work, what its effect might be from a climate perspective, as well as from a social decision-making perspective. And so what I'm going to do to try and incorporate these uncertainties is first I'm going to run the analysis with sort of a naive approach where everything is sort of as we expect, and just use the expected values of our parameters of the model. And then I'm going to take another sort of knowledgeable approach where maybe we know the parameter values, but I'm going to explore a range of possible options based on some calibrated uncertainties. So how I'm calibrating these uncertainties is going to look sort of like this. I really, again, there are a number of sources of uncertainty in the climate problem, but I really wanted to narrow down on and focus on the ones that have historically been shown in the literature to make the largest difference in terms of climate policy choices. So on the furthest left, I'm considering changes in the climate damages parameter. And so that climate damages parameter is really coming from empirical estimates of how changes in climate, changes in temperature and precipitation may affect economic productivity. So that kind of studies is very similar to the retail sales paper we saw earlier, and I'm just trying to calibrate based off of empirically estimated uncertainty around that. Next, I've sort of grouped uncertainty in climate changes. So, sorry, the lettering came out a bit smaller than I expected, but on the x-axis here we have equilibrium climate sensitivity. Equilibrium climate sensitivity is one of the really key parameters of the climate change problem that we've so far put a lot of research into and haven't really been able to clearly pin down what that parameter is. But what that's trying to measure is how much do global temperatures change if we, for example, doubled the amount of CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere. And you can see sort of a large grouping sort of in the range of 2 to 3. But the real problem with this equilibrium climate sensitivity is this right tail of the distribution. So there's a small but sort of ignorable possibility that we end up with a really high equilibrium climate sensitivity. And then I wanted to explore uncertainty around solar geoengineering. So what I'm doing here is exploring how that parameter may vary based on estimates of it from climate simulation literature. And then, as was discussed in the last presentation, discount rates matter quite a bit in how our outcomes are, and there's quite a bit of uncertainty about what discount rate we should be using. So I'm trying to calibrate in some way some uncertainty in the discount rate factor that I end up using, and I'm doing that based on just 2 parameters that calibrate that discount rate there. Okay, so this is really all to set up the problem itself. And so I want to present now just some of our preliminary results that I'm hoping to build on. So this is sort of the benchmark result to show you what's sort of going on underneath in the model. So this is using those expected values of the parameter and using that sort of baseline optimal climate policy function where we're just trying to have a single benevolent decision maker who's maximizing utility. And I'm doing that first with solar geoengineering as an option and then without solar geoengineering as an option, just to sort of show you what effects it may have. So on the top left here, I have the amount of solar geoengineering used. So obviously without any solar geoengineering, it's just 0. But with solar geoengineering, we see sort of an increase from present day, which is obviously a bit unrealistic because we're not actually doing it now. And it's unlikely to be used, if at all, at least for a few decades. But we have some sort of increase as we reach sort of our peak of emissions, and then it starts to come down. The use of solar geoengineering starts to come down as we reduce our emissions over here. So in the top right, I have emissions and use of CDR, and we see with this sort of realistic ramping of CDR, we don't really get CDR starting to come into play until the end of the century, and with solar geoengineering, that actually gets pushed back a little bit further. So we see a bit of a trade-off there already. And then on the bottom left, I have what our kind of climate damages are over time. And we sort of see, again, a peak of climate damages, as you would expect, sort of where we have just after the peak of emissions, right? Because after we have this peak of emissions, it starts to come down, and we start to use CDR to sort of suck that greenhouses gas down. And what we see is that when we allow solar geoengineering as an option, we see sort of a shaving of the peak damages around the turn of the what would that be, the 22nd century? Around 2100. We see a real shaving of peak climate damages and a large reduction in climate policy costs around that time frame as well. So that sort of gives you, I think, a bit of an idea of what role solar geoengineering plays. Predominantly in optimal climate policy, we see it as this opportunity to sort of shave the peak and reduce sort of damages at their worst in terms of climate damages. Okay. So that was sort of results to show you how the model is working. But as I said, I really wanted to explore potential trade-offs across different policy objectives. So what I'm doing here is sort of plotting out the ability for different optimized objectives and different climate policy pathways. So objective performance is always going to be getting better as we go up. So we can first consider utility, which I've just sort of normalized across the runs. So if we get higher, that means we've overall increased global welfare. We can also then think about our next objective, which might be trying to minimize the use of solar geoengineering. So here I've just measured our use of solar geoengineering as watt per meter squared integrated over time, so integrated over years. So this is our welfare maximizing run where we allow for solar geoengineering. And then we can consider our other policy objectives as well. So our temperature overshoot, which I said before, was sort of integrating overshoot over 1.5 degrees Celsius over time, our climate policy or our climate damages, as well as our abatement costs, our climate policy costs. So we can consider this across different potential policy pathways. So in green here, what I've done is sort of what does the climate policy pathway look like when we're trying to maximize global utility. And then instead, maybe we have a different pathway where we're optimizing over this idea of trying to minimize the use of solar geoengineering, and we already start to see what types of trade-offs come into play, right? So by trying to minimize solar geoengineering, which had that shaving of peak climate damages, we see sort of by not allowing solar geoengineering, we see much higher climate damages and a reduction in global welfare, but we use much less solar geoengineering and we end up with much higher temperature overshoot. So that kind of shows us a bit of the trade-offs that we have based on what our policy objectives are and what policy pathways we might take to get there. And I can show you just for a couple other optimized pathways that I've put together. So one where maybe we're trying to minimize the amount of temperature overshoot, really trying to keep as closely to that Paris goal as possible, or perhaps we're trying to minimize abatement costs. And again, we can see through this figure here what some of those trade-offs might be depending on what our policy objective is, what we're trying to optimize as policymakers, versus what the other policy objectives may be. And so then what I wanted to do again was introduce some uncertainty into this. So this is the results where I'm using sort of the expected values of those parameters. But I wanted to see if we accounted for the kind of crucial uncertainty in the climate policy pathways, is there really a detectable difference in our different policy objectives when we account for this uncertainty? So I've done this kind of running these 4 policy objective pathways, trying to either maximize utility, minimize solar geoengineering, minimize temperature overshoot, or minimize abatement costs for the different policy objectives across the distribution of parameter values from that uncertainty I showed you before. So for example, this is what utility might look like across uncertainty. Again, we know what the parameter values are, and I'm just showing you a range of possible parameter values when our goal is to maximize utility. So when our goal is to maximize utility, we see this sort of grouping of uncertainty on the left-hand side and this long right-hand tail, right? So there's a small probability of doing much better depending on what parameter values might be. In the real world. Here I've layered on minimizing solar geoengineering, minimizing temperature overshoot, and minimizing abatement. And you can see each of these histograms looks very similar. So what I'm trying to get across here and what I'm finding is that independent of what our policy objective might be, once we account for uncertainty, it's really hard to distinguish any difference with regard to this one policy objective, at least depending on what our policy goal might be. Versus, if I just go back real quick, we had a bit of a difference if you look on the left-hand side, our utility across the different policy pathways. I found different sort of utilities for the different pathways, but when you really start to break it down and account for uncertainty, it's really actually hard to distinguish a difference, right? But this isn't necessarily true for other policy objectives, right? So if maybe our goal is to minimize the use of solar geoengineering, this is the amount of solar geoengineering used when we're trying to maximize utility across uncertainty, versus if we're trying to minimize solar geoengineering, you see a very stark difference immediately. Right, so if our goal is to minimize solar geoengineering, we end up using no solar geoengineering. Versus if our goal is to maximize utility, there's a range of possible amounts of solar geoengineering we might end up using, depending on what our uncertainties might look like. Minimizing temperature overshoot, we end up somewhere sort of grouped in the middle. And minimizing abatement costs, on the other hand, we see we end up using quite a bit of solar geoengineering, because it ends up becoming more of a substitute for abatement, right? If we're trying to minimize abatement costs, what we might do is turn to solar geoengineering as a way to minimize climate damages without necessarily spending a lot of money on emissions cuts. So this is just, again, to show what the distributions might be. I'll go through the next ones a bit quicker because the general theme is similar, although I'm happy to go into some of the specific results if people have questions about specific figures. So this is the distribution of temperature overshoot across uncertainties. And again, we see that temperature overshoot ends up being sort of largest when we're trying to minimize solar geoengineering use. The reason why is because we use solar geoengineering to sort of shave the peak of temperatures and really minimize that overshoot as a result. Here we get a little bit, but not much of a distinguishable difference in climate damages across our different sort of policy objective optimizations, and similar for abatement costs. But again, happy to go a bit deeper into any of these if people have questions. So this really takes me to my initial findings. Of course, there's still a bit more to do on this, and I'm really hoping to get some feedback on what people might find interesting about this analysis. But really my initial findings that there are clear trade-offs between politically salient climate policy objectives. So I think it's important in terms of policy sort of takeaways to be very clear about what our policy objectives are in order to determine what sort of the best policy pathways might be to achieving that goal, and understanding the trade-offs between what our goals might be and what the pathways might be to get there. And then the variation in trade-offs are seemingly small relative to the variation from key uncertainties, is sort of my preliminary finding. Really the uncertainty in what pathways we take, the trade-offs between sort of optimizing policy objectives ends up being relatively small compared to the variation in key climate problem uncertainties. So yeah, that's where I'm at, and so thank you.
Thank you, Professor Harding. Coming up next is the discussion and Q&A segment. I'd like to introduce the designated discussant, Min-kyung Cha, a PhD student at the School of Public Policy at Georgia Tech. With a focus on clean energy transition, her research explores the impact of environmental policies on household adoption and innovation. Please give a warm welcome to our discussant, Ms. Min-kyung Cha.
Hello everyone, my name is Min-kyung Cha and I'm a PhD student at Georgia Tech. Thank you for having me in this really meaningful event, and I'm truly honored to be a designated discussant of the session 2, Crisis and Solutions of Climate Change. I'll begin this discussion session with a brief recap of each presentation and some discussion points, and I'll open the floor for your questions. I know we are all waiting for dinner time, so I will try to be super concise. So yeah, and thank you all three presenters for their wonderful presentations. The first presentation by Professor Yu talks about some consumption change with respect to exposure to the extreme weather. And just to recap his presentation, using credit card transaction data, they analyzed how extreme exposure to the extreme weather affects retail sales. And they explained, and they saw the increase in retail sale after the exposure, and they used thermal comfort hypothesis to explain the phenomena. Which is just to remind you, which is about like consumers go to the retail shop on a whim if they feel super cold or super hot. So that might explain the increase in the retail sale. And I think one of the most interesting area or points of this study is like to see heterogeneous effects across the sectors. For instance, they found there is an increase both in cold spell and heat waves for some sectors like bakeries or convenience store, but they couldn't find a big increase in cold heat waves for sectors like health relevant or book selling. Oh yeah. This study is very intriguing and provides much to think about, and I think like some points can make the study more interesting. First of all, we might be able to think about some possible other variables that might be able to affect retail sales as well. For instance, like we can think of PM 2.5, which is important in this city of Seoul. And then, like, if we can conjecture, like, if there is a lot of air pollution in the outside, then we can reduce outdoor activity, which might moderate the effect of extreme weather in retail sales. And likewise, we can also think about humidity. If there is a lot of like humid, and then consumers might be reluctant to go outside, and then it might also affect retail sales. Related to humidity, we can think about the concept of wet bulb temperature instead of dry temperature, which has drawn attention to the researchers in environmental econ recently. It is about temperature, but it reflects the humidity in the air, because the temperature in this case is calculated from the thermometer covered by water-soaked cloth. So if we use these kind of variables, then we might be able to find another interesting results. And also, the authors could examine using granular data. I understand the precipitation data they use is monthly, and I guess that's the reason why they did monthly analysis. But I feel like if we do the shorter time period analysis, we can find more interesting things, such as, for instance, there is a load shift in the electricity consumption. So like load shift, we can think like the consumption pattern changes every time if we analyze in hourly data. Yeah. And then regarding the heterogeneous effects on different sectors, I think it would be interesting to see the moving paths of consumers in extreme weather. And I think we can conjecture it might explain the different effect of heat waves and cold spells in different sectors. So for instance, consumers might tend to head to the places near the Han River during summer to enjoy festivals or water activities, even if it's too hot. That's what my sisters are doing. Like, they don't care about weather, they just go outside in the summertime. And then like the concentration on Han River might explain the different effect on the different sectors. I conjecture like the sectors like bakeries or convenience store, they're more into the Han River area. So that might explain like their increase in retail sales even in the heat waves. Like compared to the book selling, like I imagine the book stores like Kyobo, that's not near the Han River. It's like in the center of the city. So it might be interesting to see map out their moving path with different temperatures. And lastly, I wonder whether the adaptation happened in consumer and retail side. I believe like as the frequency of extreme weather increases, we are more used to like and expect there would be an extreme weather in summer and winter times. So they might reduce their outdoor activity accordingly, and then they will move those outdoor activities in the spring or fall time. So like, and at the same time, from the business aspect, they might notice that like people prefer the places where air conditioning is going on. They might improve their heating or air conditioning facilities. So in any case, we can expect the effect of extreme weather might wane as the people are adapting to this climate change. And let's move to the second presentation. So now we are moving from the effects of climate change on our lives to the solutions of the climate change. So in his presentation, Professor Cho presents forest carbon credit in Appalachian region, and the authors contribute to the literature by adding time and space dimensions in the analysis. They focus on site-specific characteristics and consider time-varying changes in forest carbon storage. In several modeling steps, the author estimates opportunity cost and carbon storage, and derive supply of carbon sequestration. Then supply curve are estimated in various scenarios, including different carbon sequestration targets and different discount rates, which we can see, just a reminder, in the graph in the left side. And then this supply curve can be, and I think these supply curves can be valuable for policymakers who have some limitations and would like to find optimal targets and where in the region they can expect the supply. And a little factoid, thanks to Dr. Brown. So if you see like the x-axis of the graph, like it's till the 4 billion millions of tons, and in 2021, the total emissions in the United States was 6.3 billion. So I see a lot of potential in the forest carbon sequestration. Yeah, I think the forest carbons credit market is fascinating mechanism to reduce carbon in the air. And in my opinions, I think the authors can provide more about how uncertainties and time-varying factors are included in the total model. For instance, we can imagine wildfire would be a great threat to the supply of the forest carbon storage, and forests are really vulnerable. I remember there was a big fire in the Canada this summer, which was really big. So even like some regions in the northeast of the United States could feel it. I was in the DC and the air was yellow, and we were wearing masks all the time. So as you can see, like, and the wildfire is a really big problem in the United States, but it's really hard to predict whether wildfire will be there or not. And I wonder how those uncertainties can factor into the model. And in addition, we can think about what specific spatial characteristics are considered in the model and the applicability to another areas. I see, like Professor Cho said, some factors such as forest type or management history or the variables from oak ridge, environmental variables from oak ridge were included in the model. But I can imagine several other variables that would affect forest carbon storage, such as proximity to water or even the housing values of the neighborhood. And I'm also curious about how this model can be applied to other regions. For instance, I expect all the characteristics might be different in California compared to the Southeast, and then different consideration of different variables should be in when we are trying to analyze California region. And lastly, I wonder how forest management policies interact with the model. I guess different levels of the government, from local to state and federal, have different forest management policies, which can affect land use change dynamics and the supply of forest storage differently. So for instance, the state of Georgia recently passed the bill in 2021, which extends the definition of forest, so which will possibly extend the supply of the forest carbon. And also the Inflation Reduction Act has put several billions, will put several billions on the fostering more forests in the United States, again, which will also affect supply of the forest carbon storage in the future. And I'm curious how this kind of policies can be considered in the model. And last but not least, we move to a new solution to combat climate change, which is solar geoengineering. Professor Harding examines various scenarios with different trade-offs of solar geoengineering with alternative policy objectives, especially between damages and costs in maximizing the utility. Here, his analysis is based on the augmented dice model as he introduced, and he considered solar geoengineering in 2 dimensions in his model, in terms of efficacy, which is varying influence on local greenhouse gas induced climate changes, and direct risk, which is, for instance, the cost to deploy the technology or possible hazards in the atmosphere. And then he finds different trade-offs with respect to different objectives, which he showed in his graph nicely in the left side. And then I believe the estimation of trade-offs are valuable again for policymakers seek for optimal combination of solutions to climate change, including solar geoengineering within limitations. It is an interesting topic, and again, I believe there are several points that could make it more interesting. Excuse me. First of all, the author might provide more about how different solar geoengineering technologies can be accounted for and how their future development can be factored into the model. I understand the technology here in the model considered as include aerosol injection, and it was factored in as radiative forcing. But I wonder how different sets of solar geoengineering technologies can be reflected. And in addition, since this technology is still developing, how the future development of the technology can be considered might be an interesting question. Second, I wonder how uncertainty and possible risks of solar geoengineering, especially direct risk, are factored into the model. There are some side effects known of solar geoengineering, such as changes in ground level UV and possible ocean acidification. However, again, as an emerging technology, the possible consequence of solar geoengineering is still under study and debatable. In Harding et al. 2020 article, it is mentioned that uncertainty of direct risk is not included due to small variation, but I wonder whether different models of uncertainty in direct risk can be examined in the model. And lastly, if the model is expanded to include other solutions such as mitigation, and see how solar geoengineering interacts with others with respect to different policy objectives, I expect to see some interesting results. I see you talked about carbon dioxide removal in your analysis, but if you can show some dynamics of different solutions as time goes by, that would be another interesting area. And likewise, looking into the scenarios with different combination of your objectives would be another thing, intriguing thing to study. As a whole, in this session, we explored how changing climate affects our lives and possible solutions to achieve carbon neutrality and address climate change. We began with the effect of climate change on our lives, especially our consumption behavior change, and found extreme weather does affect retail sales. As more extreme weather will come due to global warming, we would expect to see more unexpected changes in our behaviors. And at the same time, we might eventually adapt to weather change and could attenuate the effect of climate on our lives. Then we move to possible ways to avoid the unmanageable aspect of climate change, mitigation, and solar geoengineering. Forest would be a great source to sequestrate carbon in the air, and finding optimal points of supply of carbon storage is crucial. Likewise, solar geoengineering could be risky but less costly option, and its deployment depends on the policy objectives. So in these different solutions, uncertainties are playing a huge role when you're considering how to choose the optimal solutions and targets. We also need to account for trade-offs of benefits and costs in these solutions. And linking all together, I think we might need to further consider that the solutions which have been treated separately might complement each other and might have synergy when implemented as a bundle. And we might need more research on the interaction of these solutions. In sum, to achieve carbon neutrality, all three presentations shed light on how to find and implement optimal solutions combinations. Yeah, that's the end of my part, and please wait for some seconds to set up for the discussion and moderation. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you all three presenters for your wonderful presentation. I will open the floor for discussion and Q&A. Any questions and comments would be appreciated, and yeah, and you can also have comments.
I might respond first to your discussion. So thank you for your comment. They are all very valuable and insightful. The first, the one I would say is that I'm really cautious about the saying that the positive impact of the extreme weathers on retail sales, because I do not believe that in the long term, there will be some benefit from the extreme weather event even on the retail sales. The reason for that is climate change is really a long-term phenomenon, and this one is estimating the partial effect. So I believe that the impact I just found is very temporary thing rather than permanent thing. For example, I focused on the extreme one, but as the climate changes over time, the extreme one will not be the extreme one anymore. Like the heat waves, we define the point of heat waves as the 35 degrees Celsius, but in the long term, 35 degrees Celsius might not be that hot one. Then people will adapt to the hot temperatures so that they will respond to the hot temperature differently. So I might say that I didn't consider adaptation in this research, and if I consider adaptation, the impact can be very different. Also, another important one was the heterogeneity in terms of regional and time scales. Well, So I just investigated the Seoul, the retail sales in Seoul, which is really big city, or over 10 million population. I'm trying to. I believe that this impact will be very different in the other regions, like suburban or regional areas. Also, when I take into account the pandemic impact, it can be also different. So I'm trying to extend this analysis to other regions and to longer time period, because recently I very fortunately got much better and larger big data in terms of credit card, the sales data. So I will do that. Yeah. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go next because I guess I presented second. Before I discuss and respond to Min Kyung's comment, I really am impressed with how Min Kyung, at least for my paper, she basically find very critical point and made comments of each point very clearly. And in fact, some of the points she pointed out is extension of the research we made the proposal to. For example, uncertainty is one of the major things we basically ignore in this frame. So I'm very ambitious who may be the major professor of Min Kyung. And I wish my students are here to observe what Min Kyung can do.
Better, thank you.
Very impressive. Uncertainty. So obviously, there are all kinds of uncertainty involved with the supply curve by drive. A major uncertainty we can think of is market uncertainty, because we're talking about opportunity cost that is directly function of timber market. And another uncertainty we can think about is climate change, obviously. So these two major uncertainty, which I completely ignore in this particular framework, is something we could elaborate. And in fact, we made a proposal based on these two aspects, focusing different types of ecosystem services. In this particular proposal we made and recently got approved is a species distribution. So this particular project I made a presentation is carbon sequestration as ecosystem services. However, species distribution has greater uncertainty, especially responding to climate change, because even if climate change exists, the carbon response is sort of marginal, but species behavior and movement can be quite extensive. So that uncertainty was one of our major focus of how to deal with the climate change, market change, and development, which Min Kyung rightly pointed out every single point. And that was the theme of our proposal. And how we dealt with those uncertainty in that proposal was using portfolio theory. So we tried to, in this particular case, we say, let's say the first mapping I showed, given 10% of target, these are the area we focus upon and ignoring uncertainty. But what if uncertainty of climate is different, uncertainty of market condition is different? That targeting can be completely wrong, especially ecosystem service is very mobile, like species distribution. So we come up with the species distribution model. We can project the movement of species in all different directions with the diverse climate change scenario, and also market condition change under scenario. And then coming up with sort of like ROI, which I talked about here, and then apply financial method calling modern portfolio theory, where you basically minimize a risk based on maximizing expected value of return on investment. So given different level of risk, we maximize the expected value. And then we come up with, instead of targeting limited area, we target diverse portfolio of area in case the targeting of particular snapshot of optimization is completely wrong. So diversification of spatial targeting is one of the main components, especially dealing with uncertainty like climate change and market condition change. And another sort of relevant to this discussion is land use change. Land use change is also uncertainty, kind of uncertainty in a way, threat to the forest carbon and also different types of ecosystem services. So in that particular project I just mentioned, incorporate land use change as part of targeting and portfolio theory. So in this sort of naive approach has a lot of components that can be improved, and I was super impressed how Mingyong picked up all those components. And I'm pretty sure she'll be a great researcher in the future. And one other thing I like to briefly mention, because I'm not an expert on this particular comment, is how we deal with different variables in carbon simulator. My understanding is we try to mimic the reality. For example, forest management. There are different kinds of forest management as a part of input of simulator, and we try to mimic reality of what management scheme is used in different region, and then used as an input. However, this area really do not have much of human intervention in timberland. So that is not the major component of disturbance. However, she has made a good point that different management scheme may end up creating different level of carbon storage.
Thank you for your comments, Professor Cho.
Okay, Min was spot on with mine as well. So I think how I'll do it is from what I think is the easiest to address to perhaps the most important, but also the hardest to address in terms of your comments. So starting with, you mentioned exploring trade-offs in policy tool use is how I'm thinking about it, but trade-offs in the actual use of mitigation and solar geoengineering and CDR at different time periods across the different policy pathways. I have that data, and I could certainly put that together and present that, and I think that would be super valuable. Then the different combinations of policy objectives. So right now I'm kind of concentrating on maximizing perhaps one objective at a time, but I am in the process of trying to do more of a Pareto frontier approach where I can better characterize the trade-offs between the different policy objectives in some way. It's just taking some time. The third one that I think starts to get more difficult, but is important still, is the development of technologies might look like within the pathways. So certainly what I haven't modeled here, but would be important, especially with sort of innovative and untested technologies, specifically solar geoengineering, but also carbon capture. There's quite a bit of uncertainties in there. You could certainly think about modeling some level of learning about the technology, some sort of learning by doing type model, and I think it would be very interesting to try and incorporate that. The final one I think really is the hardest, which is addressing those side effects and direct risks, and I think you quoted me on myself of it, the variations in direct risks being small relative to other uncertainties, and what I meant by that is if you think about kind of the key uncertainties in the climate change problem, like that that coefficient of climate sensitivity or uncertainty in efficacy, it tends to have a much larger impact on the policy tool use than the direct risk term, but that's based on current understanding of the sort of side effects and direct risks of solar geoengineering, and that's another pathway that I'm exploring right now in my research, is trying to better quantify and characterize what some of those direct risks and side effects and maybe imperfections of solar geoengineering might be. But I think that's also a valuable plug for an event like this. It's really nice to present, because I think it's nice to have that quantified research and go based off that. But of course, the biggest concern about solar geoengineering is that we're missing something important, and that we end up thinking about using it and then realizing that we've missed something very critical. So I think it's valuable to speak in these types of venues and get a variety of different perspectives, and then trying to generate more research from people with different backgrounds, different disciplines, to really try and pin down, rather than not to put down my own work, these sort of policy objective trade-offs. But I think what we need to be focusing on most is really trying to find if there's something critical that we're missing.
Thank you for your comments, professors. Due to active discussion, we are really a lot behind our schedule. So for the sake of time, I will take just one question from the floor.
My name is Kaushal and I'm from KDI school. And my question is like for the panelists here, like three of you. One question is like you talked about in your thesis, like in your research, is like you have only taken the sales from the credit card, but have you ever taken any sample which is saying about the carbon offsettings, which is creating the environment for carbon neutralities, that we can also take that samples. And on the second point, like on how we have just, you have also talked about the land use problems and the risk that we are having on the regulatory options. So do you think that these regulatory measures are gonna help these land issues, which is the big problem in giving this kind of discussions that you are raising today? And the third one is the engineering uses that we have. One is the injection, aerosol injections, and another one is just using the sea brightening with sea salt, right? Which do you think that it is more oftenly used in this kind of thing? Because both of them, they are still in question in different countries. Thank you.
Well, so thank you for your question. Unfortunately, I didn't think about that. I haven't chance to think about the other samples or other perspectives, but absolutely there are many things I need to do, and I will look into that.
Land use change pressure is obviously part of how ecosystem service will provide service to human beings, including carbon. So this payment for creating carbon credit itself is basically creating the barrier or restriction on land use development. However, we are not 100% sure how much is needed to prevent land use change, and at the same time, creating carbon credit through this kind of program will basically mediate that land use change. So there is two different types of force meeting. So one is pressure for development, and then this force of carbon credit typically, as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, typically created for the prevention of development. So if the system of creating that contract is right, then the prevention has to be prevail, and then has a major force of land use change. At this point, this program, obviously I pretended that this program is well on the way, but that's not really true in the state as well, because this is a sort of very spotted and regional program. So hopefully this program is a sort of major force of sort of determining the land use change and sort of hindering the disturbance caused by land use change.
So the question, if I get it right, was really which is most probable to be sort of used between SII and MCB. SII being aerosol injection and MCB being marine cloud brightening. I think it's really hard to say. I think the focus has been on research for good reasons. I think the most researched has been stratospheric aerosol injection, predominantly because initial research shows it as being possibly the most promising of the suite, and also because we have sort of a natural analog for it in research around volcano and volcanic activity. So volcanoes, especially large volcanoes, they also, when they erupt, can release aerosols and sulfates. And if the volcano is big enough, those sulfates can make it up to the stratosphere. So for example, in 1991, we had the Mount Pinatubo explosion. So that's often been pointed to as a natural analog, where after that we had about half a degree of cooling for a year or two after that. But at the same time, marine cloud brightening has been a growing technology of interest. For example, the Australian government has invested some in exploring marine cloud brightening as an option, as a suite of sort of adaptation tools for protecting the Great Barrier Reef. The idea is to brighten clouds above the Great Barrier Reef to prevent bleaching for that. So.
Thank you very much. We will end our session too. Thank you for your attention.
Well, this marks, to give a big round of applause for our speakers again. This marks the end of day one of our event. I hope today's dialogue was as informative for you as it was for me. And I hope we'll be able to see you again at tomorrow's program. Well, thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening. And we're offline completely.